wrong thing. Where's the desktop one? Here we go. We are live. How do we sound? Alright, we sound good. We sound good. Alright, let me go ahead and close OBS. Well, not close it, but minimize it. There we go. Everything should be running smooth. So what is going on, everything? Tyreek Pidgey, you just ran out of birds? No toucan, nothing? Just ran out of real life birds? Alright, so what's going on, everyone? DeAndre Hawk 7 here. So today I am finally getting to this tier list that I said I was going to be doing since July, like the end of July. Yeah, since like the end of the... Yeah, it took me an entire month basically to finally get this going. So yeah, gonna be diving into this tier list where I'm ranking every single Pokemon from Generation 1 to Generation 9, from also including every single regional variant, every single Mega Evolution, every single Gigantamax form, all of that included. So yeah, this is all going to be based on my personal taste, obviously. I'm going to be sharing my hot takes and personal opinions about my favorite and least favorite Pokemon. So some of y'all might be surprised on my lists here. You'll do... Don't judge me, I'll do what I want. Alright, Ghost. You know what, you got it. Alright, so quick little disclaimer. Obviously I'm not going to be going over any revealed Mega Evolutions from ZA since the game ain't out yet, so that would be pretty stupid. Also, as you guys know, I've always been a fan of these strange and obscure corners of nature, and you know, those include, of course, prehistoric animals, arthropods, deep sea life, and Pokemon has always thrived at taking that kind of weird biology and turning it into fascinating creatures. So, of course, you guys already know my tastes lean heavily toward the big and bombastic. Huge dragons, giant serpents, cool wolves, quirky bug monsters, more than, say, the humanoid styled Pokemon. But that's the beauty of Pokemon, in my opinion. You're playing Amori, going into one of the bosses right now. Nice. Definitely gonna be playing that maybe Wednesday, because I think tomorrow I'm thinking of doing some Chi-Yu raids. But yeah, gonna be doing some Chi-Yu raids. So yeah. But that's the beauty of Pokemon. It's so varied that no matter what you like, there's something out there. There's someone out there who loves each design, even the forgotten ones, like my boy Trubbish, you know. So for my rankings, I'm going to be doing a standard tier system, S, A, B, C, D, and F, with my occasional trash tier. So here's basically the breakdown on what exactly those cover. S tier, my personal favorites. These are Pokemon I adore, often with personal significance or just flawless execution. They're the ones who always end up on my teams whenever I'm playing through the games. A tier, they're still my favorites, but the yap, holy... You shut the fuck up, Ghost. It's my stream, I do whatever the fuck I want, alright? So, A tier, excellent designs that I really like. They're thematically or aesthetically pleasing, but not quite as special as the S tier. B tier, I solidly like the Pokemon. They're respectable designs or fun ideas, just not wow material for me. C tier, competent, middle of the road Pokemon. Still above average in my book, but they don't stand out much. D are designs for Pokemon. D is the tier for designs that I'm not very fond of, but I don't dislike them enough to get annoyed. They exist, they're fine, but I won't go out of my way for them. F tier is the ugh rating, you know? These are the Pokemon that make me roll my eyes whenever they pop up. And trash tier, very rare. It's a very special category for the Pokemon I absolutely despise. And if they were removed from the franchise, I would not shed a tear. So on top of that, I'm going to be touching on memorability, design concept, execution, and occasionally gameplay usage when explaining my placements, but ultimately it's subjective. This is just my personal take on the full Pokedex. So yeah, we're going to be starting off in Generation 1 with the Bulbasaur line, who are all going in the A tier, at least the base forms. If I can I move you? Thank you. There we go. So, I'm going to put them all in the A tier. They always stood out to me as strong, classic designs that, you know, blend reptilian and botanical themes really well. I've always appreciated how Venusaur feels like a proper... It always feels like a proper endgame evolution compared to Charizard and Blastoise, even if it's a bit chunky. It's just a super solid line that feels both iconic and natural. Mega Venusaur going in the B tier. Now, I do like Mega Venusaur, but there's just something about the flower placement, both on its head and its butt, apparently, that just feels a little overkill. It's a bit over-designed in my opinion. While tanky and useful, I just don't love the visual clutter. But Gigantamax Venusaur, we're putting that boy in the S tier, our first S tier boy. This is the Venusaur form that I've always dreamed of. You know, it leans more into the monstrous plant design I always wanted to see from it, and I love the scale and vibes that it gives off. So this is one of those cases where the glow up truly is delivered. The Charmander line, they're also gonna go in the A tier. Just a spoiler alert, all of the Kanto starters are gonna be in the A tier for me. But, you know, Charizard has always been cool, and while it gets way too much attention from Game Freak, it still earns its place as a fan favorite. The design's clean, the evolution somewhat makes sense, and I can't deny the cool factor. Mega Charizard X and Y, both are B tier. Yeah, you guys are gonna notice this a lot. A lot of like the Gigantamax and Mega Evolutions and stuff like that, they're probably gonna be less... I'm gonna like them a little less than their original forms, because I usually like to rank these as variants rather than like their own designs. But yeah, both Megas are neat. X feels a little too obviously edgy, but with the black and blue flames. But that said, I've warmed up to both forms over time. I think I like Mega Charizard Y a little better due to it looking like an actual like progression of the original Charizard. Gigantamax Charizard, C tier. It just feels more like this is when I started getting tired of the Charizard overload. It's not bad, it's visually intense, but at this point Charizard's had so many forms that it just feels like another one to add to the pile. It just doesn't move the needle for me anymore. Now the Squirtle line, they're all A tier, so like I said, all the Kanto starters are going in the A tier. Alright. Classic start to finish. Squirtle line, it has a timeless feel, and both Mega and Gigantamax forms for Blastoise build on that in interesting ways without being too much. I love how they managed to keep Blastoise's vibe while adding new flair. Mega Blastoise, how long I think the stream's gonna be? Let's see, it's been what, 15 minutes since I started? Probably gonna be like, this is definitely gonna be a long stream, but probably based on how fast we go through this, I'm thinking either 3 or 4 hours maybe. I added little notes so that way I can, because you know, if I was just doing this raw, we're gonna be here for hours. We're gonna be here for hours, but I wrote down little notes for each and every single Pokemon so that way I can just go over the main points on why I'm putting it into tier instead of just, you know, yapping on a single evolutionary line for like 10 minutes, you know? So, moving on to Mega Blastoise, A tier. That one big cannon is hilariously over the top. It's not subtle, but it's memorable and gives Mega Blastoise that distinct battle-ready, that battle-ready edge. It's a fun upgrade that doesn't feel like it's trying too hard. And then Gigantamax Blastoise, also A tier. I guess I just really like Blastoise, but I mean, obviously I like Venusaur. Well, I've always loved Venusaur a lot better than Blastoise, but you know, Big Man Blastoise. They call him Big Man Blastoise for a reason. I don't like it quite as much, the Gigantamax form for Blastoise. I don't like it quite as much as Venusaur, obviously, but I still think it's a cool I still think it's a cool take. The Fortress vibe is strong, and it plays up Blastoise's tanky image really well. It's a good example of, you know, Gigantamax doing its job. Who's next? The Caterpie. Let's see. You know what? Screw it. S tier. They're all going S tier. All of them. Also, you guys are probably going to notice this, but typically the evolutionary lines are all going to... I usually rank Pokemon as a collective rather than like, oh, this one specifically goes here, this one specifically goes there, but there's going to be some exceptions. But yeah, Caterpie S tier. Butterfree's always been one of my favorites. It's not the flashiest bug type, but I have a ton of nostalgia for it, and it's just a solid early game companion. You know, the design is simple and effective, you know. G-Max Butterfree, C tier. Yeah, C tier. I appreciate the Mothra reference, and I do love Mothra, but it's just... this one just didn't hit hard for me. It's more novelty than anything, and it just never felt essential. Cool idea, underwhelming execution. You beat the boss, nice. The Weedle line, A tier. Yeah, A tier. Oh lord. Oh lord. But yeah, they're all gonna go in the A tier. I've always liked Beedrill and its line. Something about that aggressive Hornet look and its sleek body just makes it stand out. It's a good counterpart to Butterfree, and one I've always found underrated. Mega Beedrill, probably one of my favorite Mega Evolutions, and one of the rare ones where I actually like it more than the original, so I'm gonna put it in the S tier. This is how you do a Mega Evolution, you know? Mega Beedrill is just straight up badass. Fast, powerful, sleek as hell. Love how it leans into that assassin bug motif. The Pidgey yeah, C tier. Where's my boy Shadowlugia? Shadowlugia is not an official Pokemon, so it is not on this tier list, Azriel, but welcome. It's meant to be a Pokemon stream, but I hope... yeah, I don't mind you talking about Amori from time to time. I don't really care. Yeah, I don't mind. I ain't gonna be like, oh, this isn't an Omori stream, so you shouldn't talk about Omori on my Pokemon streams. But yeah, Pidgey, C tier, they're serviceable. I've used Pidgeot a lot in my Kanto playthroughs, but just never been in love with the line. Uh, they're solid staples, but there's nothing that really excites me. It's that classic case of fine, not thrilling. Mega Pidgeot is going into D tier. I wanted to like this more, but it always felt like a redundant upgrade. The animation, the animation helps it, but the design didn't push any new ideas. Just feels more like fan service than something with real staying power. You realize I put it in my own fan game because you like the idea. I mean, if you like the idea, that's cool. I'm just saying it's not an official. It's not an official uh Pokemon. Like, I think Shadow Lugia is a cool design. It's just not an official design. Is all I'm saying. You want to say that there are 6 different endings to the game. Ooh, a game with multiple endings. I don't know if I'm gonna do all of them, but maybe. It depends. I think I might either just stick with one ending and just be one and done with it, or I might just go back and go through all the endings. Try to get all the endings, maybe. It depends. Yeah, it depends on how I'm feeling for the next one. You do not want to make it Ghost and Flying. You'll just make it the same type as Yveltal, Dark and Flying. Okay, where am I at? Rattata. Definitely recommend at least doing the two routes on stream. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I might try to go through all the... I might try to get all the endings. C tier. Yeah. C tier. For Cantonian Rattata and Raticate. They're standard root rodents. I don't have much love for them. They just exist and do their job. Raticate has grown on me. Yeah, Raticate has grown on me a little over time, but just not enough to push it higher. The Alolan forms, though, I actually like them more, so I'm gonna put them in the B tier. I like the switch up. Dark and normal is a fun type combo, and their designs have a bit more flair. Still think Alolan Raticate looks a little too goofy for my liking, but it's charming in its own weird way. Don't gotta try to get all endings, but still. Yeah, I'm okay. If you recommend me doing at least doing the 2 routes, then yeah. If you recommend it. This one's gonna be a surprising one for me, because I'm gonna put Spearow and Fearow in the B tier. I always thought I liked Pidgey more, the Pidgey line more, but I think I like the Spearow line a little more here. Yeah, these guys are cooler than they get credit for. I like Fearow's no-nonsense, mean bird energy. It doesn't have the same popularity as the other birds, but I think it deserves more love. It's 4 times weak to fighting. I mean, I'm not really ranking them on their, like, competitive viability. But yeah, I think Dark and Normal fits. I just think Dark and Normal fits them. The two routes are wildly different, and you'll tell me how to get them when the time comes. Alright, bet. Ekans and Arbok. Chihuahua. Only the anime fans know. B tier. Snakes are just naturally cooler than birds and rats. Yeah, I've always liked the vibe these two gave off. The anime definitely helped a lot in making Arbok feel more iconic, especially with its Chihuahua. I love that. Simple but effective, yeah. Alright, Pikachu and Raichu. Boy, I wonder which tier these guys are gonna end up in. They're gonna be in the A tier. Yeah. It's the face of the franchise for a reason. It's cute, it's electric, and it hits all the right notes for a mascot. Raichu's a great follow-up, and I've always had a soft spot for the line, even with all the Pikachu overexposure. You like some legendaries? I mean, I like some legendaries too, except for Gen 4 and 5, which we'll get there. Boy, I have a lot to say for Gen 4 and Gen 5 when it comes to legendaries. Gigantamax Pikachu. Ooh, I know. He's everyone's favorite chunky boy, but I'm gonna have to put him in the D tier. The chunky Pikachu is a fun little throwback, and I love the deep voice when it enters battle, you know, with the P. I don't know. P. It just doesn't do much else visually, and the form itself feels unnecessary. It gets some nostalgia points, but compared to the other Gigantamax forms, it's a little underwhelming. Alolan Raichu, definitely one of my favorites, one of my personal favorites. So I'm gonna put in the S tier. I adore this little pancake surfer. Using its tail as a surfboard concept is genius, and the rounder shape makes it even more adorable. Exactly, he's a vibe ghost. He's a vibe. And he likes pancakes. You know, how can you hate that? Don't judge the god of all Pokemon. You know how to use that guy. Well, like I said, Azrael, we'll get there when we get there. You did something to Arceus in the Savalis region. Basically, brand new form that is type normal and cosmic with base stat total 870. Sheesh. Okay, Sandshrew and Sandslash. I honestly thought I was going to give these guys the A tier, but I think I'm going to put them in the B tier. Yeah, I don't like them as much as their Alolan forms. They're classic and clean. You know, I like the design, even if I don't always think about using them. You know, they're a great example of straightforward, effective Pokemon design. Alolan forms, I kind of already spoiled it, but they're A tier. Like, they're just straight up cooler, and yes, pun very much intended. The ice typing just brings a fresh vibe to them, and they just look cool, man. They look cool. Huge upgrade in my book. Definitely invited to the cookout. Exactly, Ghost. Exactly. All right, the Nidoran line. The Nidoran lines. A tier, all of them. All of them are going in the A tier. All of them are going in the A tier. Okay, there we go. couldn't get that guy out. So the fact that we had gender differentiated Pokemon this early is kind of wild, even when genders weren't even a thing in Gen 1. Love how they took two parallel evolutions and gave them distinct personalities. Very underrated gems that showcase early design creativity. Like, I like the ambiguity. Like, you don't, like, they're not just like poison. They're like a mixture of like rhinos, rabbits, like dinosaurs. Like, they're just monsters, you know? I like it when a Pokemon is just an unambiguous monster. Clefairy and Clefable, D tier. I'm surprised we don't have that many D tier. Most of Gen 1 is pretty bland with designs, in your opinion. Hey, that's your opinion. I think a lot of them are pretty iconic. It's a long... Okay, to call it a long purple turd is kinda crazy. It clearly as a biologist myself, it clearly takes inspirations from rattlesnakes and egg-eating snakes, and I think that's pretty cool. The shiny Chiyu raid is active right now. Yeah, I was actually debating on whether I should do that, or do this list, but I don't know when I'm gonna be available to do this tier list again if I missed today, so I decided to do today. So yeah. So Chiyu raid's definitely tomorrow. The Chiyu raid I'm definitely gonna be doing tomorrow. Alright, Vulpix and Ninetales. A tier. Yeah, I can't hate these guys. A tier. Yeah, Vulpix and Ninetales always had an elegant, mystical vibe. I really appreciate the whole... And to be honest, with the whole, like, bland designs thing, I mean, it was the first generation, so to kind of criticize it on that, too, is kind of dishonest, in my opinion, you know? I know it is your opinion. You know, you don't have to like love Gen 1 or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, you know, I'm kind of a little more lenient with that, since Gen 1 and 2, like, they were still kind of like, you know, deciding on where they wanted to take Pokemon designs at the time, you know? You're a hater through and through. That's probably why you don't get any bitches. But, nah, I'm playing. But yeah, elegant, mystical vibe, really appreciate them. The whole Kitsune inspiration, executed beautifully, graceful without being overly flashy. Ninetales especially feels like a legendary without actually being one. It's a timeless design. Yeah, it's a timeless design that still holds up today. You don't make an effort to be honest. No, I feel that, Ghost. Relationships are way too... ugh. Especially nowadays. Alolan Ninetales and, well, Vulpix and Ninetales, they're also gonna go in the A tier. You don't know. You like to make shadow form of Lugia. But changing it to a primal, into a primal evolution, or just a primal reversion for that shadow form. You don't know why you want to change the name. I mean, I don't know your brain, Azrael, so... whatever you decide is what you decide, you know? But yeah, Alolan, Vulpix, and Ninetales, they're gonna go into A tier because they're just a perfect example of how to do a regional form right. The icy, ethereal aesthetic gives them a whole new identity without losing what made the original special. Ice and Fairy is also a very unique combo, and visually they look like divine winter spirits, you know? Beautiful, elegant, and still fierce. I could not word for a split second there. All right, Jigglypuff. So Jigglypuff is one of those Pokemon that punches way above its weight in terms of presence between the anime, Smash Bros. It's got a ton of personality and just packed into a little pink puff ball. The design is cute without being bland, and its don't mess with me vibe that it has sometimes is surprisingly strong for something so soft looking. So I'm gonna put it in the A tier. I'm putting Jigglypuff in the A tier for how iconic it is. Wigglytuff, D tier. Yeah, Wigglytuff I'm gonna put in the D tier. It just doesn't bring much to the table for me. Compared to Jigglypuff's quirky charm, it's just there. Round, pink, not very memorable. Sometimes I even forget that Jigglypuff evolves. It's not bad, it's just painfully average, and when you're following up Jigglypuff, that's a tough sell. Zubat, Golbat, S tier. I don't care what anyone says, they are S tier designs. Wow, we have so little on the S tier. Alright, S tier designs. The Abyssal Pokemon, nice. So yeah, I think Zubat and Golbat are massively underrated. Yeah, they're annoying in caves, but from a design standpoint, um, you know, they're exactly the kind of creepy alien-looking monsters I love. You know, no eyes, at least on Zubat's end. Giant mouths, chaotic energy. They look like they've, you know, like they look like proper creatures that evolved in Total Darkness. You know, I always love those types of animals. So classic monster design that feels right at home in a fantasy ecosystem. Oddish line, A tier. All of them, A tier. Love these guys. Love these little buggers. But yeah, the Oddish line, it's weird in the best way. Oddish is this little root baby. Gloom looks like it smells like fermented onions, and I love that about it. It just looks putrid. Vileplume, and Vileplume is basically a sleepy walking hazard, just spewing stun spores and sleep powders all over the place. It's goofy, gross, and just lovable all at once. Solid grass and poison concept with a ton of charm. Also, I never realized how many. We have 3 grass and poison lines. Gloom is the Shaggy of Pokemon. Zoink Scoop! But yeah. My only critique though is I wish that they, instead of just making Vileplume basically Oddish with arms, I wish that they like took like the weird putrid look of Gloom and like amplified it for Vileplume. That's my only critique. Paras and Parasect, come on y'all. Y'all know I love my creepy buggers. Y'all know I love my little creepy bugs. S tier. This line is just nightmare fuel in the best way. You know, the whole idea of a parasitic mushroom hijacking the bug's body is just genius. Creepy as hell. And Parasect's dead eyes, just like in the zombified look, are just straight up haunting for me. It's dark, it's unique, one of the coolest concepts in Gen 1. No, Paras is a monster in freaking Legends Arceus. I don't know why they made Paras so violent in Legends Arceus, but bro be doing drive-bys, bro. Like, I thought he would just be kind of chill. No, that thing, once they see you, it's over. It is over, bro. I remember one time I was playing in Legends Arceus, bro, I literally died because the freaking Paras, I got jumped by an alpha Parasect in like 50 freaking Parasect, bro. It was crazy. I don't know why there were so many freaking well, it wasn't 50, but you know what I mean. I don't know why they're so violent in that game, but hey, you know what? I still love them. Venonat and Venomoth, B tier. Yeah, B tier. If I can move my mouse, thank you. We need a slur for Parasite. But yeah, what do I have to say about Venonat? They're decent, a bit forgettable though. Venonat's fuzzy little bug look is charming, and Venomoth has a clean, sleek design with a nice color palette. They just don't hit quite as hard as other bugs from Gen 1. Solid, not standout though. Diglett and Dugtrio, I don't hate you. I don't hate these two. They're so simple. I don't hate them. I'm gonna put them in the B tier, actually. Yeah. Really, I should put them in the C tier, but I'm gonna give them a rank up, just because. You know, these two are the poster children for simple but effective. You know, just a little dirt guy and then 3 dirt guys. Yeah, they're strangely lovable and surprisingly very useful in battle. They've got that old school charm that makes them that makes them feel iconic even if their design is super minimal. Alolan, Diglett, and Dugtrio, C tier. I do like them a little less. Because these guys, I mean, let's be real, these guys only exist for the memes. These guys only exist for the memes, but I respect that. But it's not something I'm crazy about. It's not something I'm crazy about. The Fabio hair for Dugtrio is hilarious, but also completely absurd. I don't hate it, but I'm not reaching for it either. It's just kind of there to be funny. Dugtrio gangbang any Pokemon they're put into... That's crazy. Okay. The crazy thing is I read the sentence and something in my brain told me to just read it out loud for some reason. Like, I was flabbergasted. Okay. Let's see. The Meowth line. Okay, I know exactly how I feel about these guys, honestly. So Meowth, pure personality between the anime, its upright posture, that smug little face. It's one of the most recognizable Pokemon out there. It strikes a perfect balance between cute and mischievous, and it holds its own even without evolving. You know, instant classic. I gotta put my boy in S tier. I actually really do love Meowth. I don't know if I would use it on my team, but just because of the anime, love that guy. Persian though, I'm gonna put in the C tier. Persian just looks like Persian looks cool and elegant, right? But it's honestly kind of boring. It doesn't have that quirky charm Meowth has, and ends up feeling like a generic big cat with a gem slapped on. It's not effective, just kind of forgettable. It's like that one boss battle in a video game that you KO once and then just immediately never think about ever again. That's how I feel about Persian. Alolan Meowth, though, put you in the A tier. I do like Alolan Meowth. You know, the smug little face is everything. It takes the original Meowth's... Yeah, it takes the original Meowth's vibe and cranks up the sass. The silver fur and lazy confidence give it so much personality. It's a great example of a regional form that feels natural and expressive. Alolan Persian. Yeah, this one's rough. The giant balloon head makes it look more like a rejected mascot than a powerful feline. It completely loses the sleek elegance of the original and just ends up looking goofy. Easily one of my least favorite Alolan forms. For the first time, I'm putting it in the trash tier, which I'm actually more surprised that we've put something in the trash tier before we put something in the F tier. But I don't hate that many Pokemon, I promise y'all. I promise I don't hate that many Pokemon. So don't expect to see that many Fs or trash tiers. I hope. I hope. Galarian Meowth. I like on one... I like the Viking theme. It's interesting. The execution doesn't quite land for me, though. C tier. I think C tier sums that up perfectly well. Like, it's a little too scruffy and feral without a clear identity. Not bad, not great, it's just kind of weird in a way that doesn't fully click for me, you know? G-Max Meowth. I'm gonna put it into D tier. Yeah, I'll put it into D tier. This one's another meme Pokemon, and that's really all it's got going for it. The long cat reference is funny the first time, but it wears off fast. It's a fun novelty, but definitely not something I'd use seriously. Alright. B tier. I do like Psyduck and Golduck. I do like Psyduck a little better than Golduck though. But yeah, still, yeah, they're both B tier. Psyduck's a lovable mess. Golduck is cool, a cool, sleek upgrade. Even if it loses some of Psyduck's goofy charm. Zestia. What you mean? That's literally how freaking Psyduck sounds in the anime, bro. Talking about some Psy. They make a great pair, but not quite great. Like, not quite great enough to push to A tier. They're solid water types with good presence, especially thanks to the anime, with Misty Psyduck. Golduck should be part psychic, though. Mankey and Primeape. I've made it very clear that I don't like monkeys. I'll put them in the C tier. Where the hell did you go? Oh, right here. Yeah, I'll put them in the C tier. They're alright. You know, Mankey's hyper little gremlin energy is kind of fun, and Primeape's just an angry orb of fists. You know, they didn't leave much of an impression on me until Gen 9 gave Primeape some love with its evolution. Before that, they were just kind of mid-tier rage monkeys. Now, Growlithe and Arcanine. B tier. I know a lot of people love these guys, but they're just B tier for me. Like, I like them, they're just not favorites. I know these two are fan favorites, and I do respect that. Growlithe is indeed a good boy, and Arcanine has that proud, majestic look, but personally, they've just never hit that S or A territory for me. Great designs, I just don't have a strong emotional attachment to them. The Hisuian forms... You know what? I'll put them here. Like, right... I'll put them here only because they're C tier, but they're borderline B tier, so... Yeah, they're higher than Charizard only because they're borderline B. Borderline B tier. So... Yeah. I'm not gonna make a borderline B tier. We're keeping the tiers I've already made. But yeah, I'll be real, I didn't really care much for Hisuian Growlithe at first when it was first revealed, but over time it's kind of grown on me. The head fur covering its eyes is a fun touch, and the deeper red-orange mane adds a nice contrast to the original's bright palette. Hisuian Arcanine, though, looks majestic. It leans more lion-like than the original, because, you know, they're like supposed to be, since they're based on the Shisa, which is supposed to be like a lion dog thing. But yeah, it leans more into that lion look, sort of. What else can I say? I think it earns the legendary Pokemon vibe a lot more convincingly than Cantonian Arcanine ever did. And also, oh yeah, the boss fight where you dodge Hisuian Arcanine's attack Soul style in Legends Arceus also made a strong impression on me. I don't love them, but they're solid and definitely competent variants. So yeah, hovering on that C-B tier line, I guess. Alright. Hang on. Gotta check something real quick. Gotta check something on the iPad over here. Alright, so Poliwag, Shadow Lugia's base stat total 780. Same for Primal Ho-Oh. I see. I'm surprised there's really no F tier. We found a Pokemon I hate rather than before we found a Pokemon that I just don't like in general. That's crazy. But yeah, Alolan Persian is just ill. Poliwag though. These guys are cool. They're joining the family of A tier. There's a lot of A tiers in Gen 1. Jesus Christ. Why am I so positive towards Pokemon? Alright. The whole line is just weird in a fun way, you know? They're just little tadpole guys with hypnotic stomach swirls, and I love how Poliwrath goes full buff frog mode. You gotta be hating more. Nah, when it comes to Pokemon, I'm actually a really positive person. Except for select few. A very select few, especially when we get to Gen 4. Especially when we get to Gens 4 and 5, when it comes to the legendaries at least. I think the only generation I expect to be a little negative on is Gen 8. Because that's definitely my least favorite gen when it comes to designs. But yeah, Poliwhirl just feels, in particular, feels super nostalgic thanks to the manga and its anime appearances. Just a fun, consistent line from start to finish. The Abra line, A tier. Come on, A tier. How can you not like the Abra line? They're awesome. They're A for awesome. Jesus Christ, there's so many A tiers. But yeah, this line peaks psychic weirdness in the best way. Abra being untouchable without strategy, like it basically, like, you only have one catch to catch. You only have one chance to catch it before it teleports away. I love that. Kadabra's spoon-bending menace and the whole Alakazam's 5,000 IQ vibes. You know, they are the Esper archetype. Yeah, I love how they embody that whole mysterious psychic trope without feeling too overdone. Despite the controversies that followed Kadabra over the years, I still think they remain iconic and undeniably cool. Mega Alakazam, I'm gonna put you in the C tier. It takes the psychic mystic idea and cranks it to 11, you know, the yoga pose, the huge beard, the 5 floating spoons. It's got a it has a very specific vibe, but the purple armor and the washed out palette, they don't really land for me. Feels a little too serene, almost like it lost the threatening aura of regular Alakazam. Like, I get the direction and it's clever, just not my favorite execution. Mega Alakazam hit that home. The only Pokemon that you buffed was the Absol line. You gave it a pre-evolution. Interesting. Must be a baby form. Or not baby form, but baby Pokemon. The Machop line. Oh, if Crispy was here, he'd be disheartened, but I gotta put them in the C tier. I was gonna put them in the D, but I don't think, no, I'm kind of more indifferent to them. Like, I used to think I will admit though, I used to think that the entire line was just lame, just flex bros and spandex, you know, at least for Machoke and Machamp. But over time, I've grown to appreciate them more, especially Machamp with its 4-armed fury. They still don't quite hit the designs I personally gravitate toward, but I respect their place in the roster now. Definitely not F tier material. Definitely not F tier material anymore, so yeah, solid C. Gigantamax Machamp, D tier. This one, out of all of the Gigantamax forms, this one just feels phoned in. Machamp already looks like a kaiju, right? So making it bigger with glowing arms doesn't really change much. No extra limbs, no real form shift. It's just a Gigantamax Machamp with some flair. And I don't know, the G-Max gimmick doesn't do enough here to justify its existence. Mega Absol is Dark and Fairy now. That's believable. Lunite is the pre-evo to Absol. Lunite. Oh, you guys already know how I feel about Bellsprout. I mean, it was in my top 100 for a reason. It was in my top 100 for a reason, so let's put them in the S tier, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just get it over with. Let's get it over with. Yeah. I don't know why I had to like clarify, like, yeah, this is this is where I'm putting them. All right, so you know, these are some of my all-time favorites. You guys already know this. There's just something so unhinged about their designs. That blend of derpy, like you have the derpy Bellsprout all the way to the dangerous vibes of Victory Bell. And Victory Bell being like a carnivorous anglerfish pitcher plant is pure genius, especially with I think it's Gen 3, with its Gen 3 Pokedex entries expanding on its lure-based hunting, like how it uses the little lure on like the lure vine to lure in prey and all that. I'll never not love this line, and I'm so glad that they're getting a Mega Evolution, even though a lot of people complain about it, but I honestly think its Mega Evolution is fine. Probably B tier at best. Lunite based at total 316, Absol based at total 490, Mega Absol based at total 590. Tentacool and Tentacruel, another. These are. Come on, stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. I love these guys. I love them. Sorry. But you know, I think they really got done dirty with people calling them the Zubat of the sea. But design-wise, they go hard, bro. These designs go hard, bro. Tentacool is a clean jellyfish design, and Tentacruel just looks like, this thing looks like it could wreck a ship, bro. Even though it's not that huge in real life. Why are you yelling at me? I got a little too excited, my bad, bro. But yeah, the colors are striking, their lore is neat, and they've always been favorites of mine, even if most people overlook them. The Geodude line, B tier. B tier. At least the Cantonian ones. Yeah, these Rocky dudes are solid, and I mean that literally and design-wise. I don't use them much, but I still appreciate them as classic elemental monsters with a natural niche in the Pokemon world, you know? Golem especially feels like a... what's the word? Like a final evolution with some heft. Even if its name is just a regular old English word. They're cool. I just like my weirder, wilder designs more. Alolan... Ooh, our first F-tier Pokemon, actually, because I do not like these two. I do not like these two. Yeah, these are rough. These are rough. They honestly feel like weird beta concepts that got rushed out. You guys know I love electric types, but adding metal fillings and angry eyebrows doesn't... No. No. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me, bro. Oh my god, my heart sank. My heart sank. My heart sank. Oh my goodness. I was about to say, y'all better call an ambulance. Y'all better call an ambulance. Oh my goodness. my goodness. Bro, I would have ended this stream. I would have ended the stream, I'm not gonna lie. Oh my goodness. I was like, y'all better call an ambulance. Oh my goodness, bro. I was about to cry. I was like, bro, we made it this far. We're like halfway done with Gen 1, bro. We're like halfway done with Gen 1, bro. To be honest, we're actually doing pretty good on time. An hour. We just got an hour in and we're like halfway done. Gen 2 will be a breeze because I mean it's a very small gen. It is a very small gen. Same thing with like Gen 6 and all that. But yeah, yeah, I love electric types, but they just, long story short, just don't feel. They don't feel like a thoughtful reimagining for regional variants. Alolan Golem. This one's at least a little more fun, but still pretty cluttered. I respect the railgun idea, like the whole railgun thing, but in theory, but combining that with the boulder turtle body, magnets, and mountain man facial hair is just doing too much. It's quirky. It's quirky enough to save from the F tier, but not cohesive enough to go any higher. I'll put in the C tier, cause yeah, it's a little, it's fun. Unk almost died, not for real. Would I like to have Mega Frostmoth? I mean, I don't really see a Mega Evolution happening for Frostmoth, to tell you the truth. Like, I love Frostmoth. It's one of my favorite Pokemon from Gen 8, but yeah, I don't know about a Mega though. Alright, Ponyta and Rapidash. Getting close to finishing your first save of your Amori playthrough. Ooh. Nice. They're fine. Yeah, they're fine. C tier. You know, they have nice They have nice shiny palettes. Especially with the blue flames and the silver flames for Rapidash. But overall they just never stood out much to me, you know? They feel underutilized in the franchise, and while I like them, I don't have much of a strong connection either way. Yeah, C tier is the perfect cool but forgettable territory. You already beat Elden Ring, Night Rain. Nice. If I ever get a Switch 2, I might try it on there. I might try Elden Ring on there. I'm gonna put Galarian Ponyta and Rapidash on C tier as well. My Little Pony looking asses. They're cute, and I've grown to appreciate them more than I expected. The pastel aesthetic is very pleasing, and the regional lore is fun, but they don't blow me away. They're charming enough to avoid D tier, though. Hide them from the bronies. You know, I saw an Instagram video of like this girl dressed up as a freaking Rainbow Dash, and someone said something along the lines of, I think someone like commented, that's like the first My Little Pony fan who wasn't like a 40-year-old man. And I was like, you know what, you're right, because I've never met a My Little Pony fan who was the actual target demographic. No one's gonna argue, we already have a Gmax form for Eevee, so it does not need. We don't need a Mega for Eevee. We're done with Eevee. You know, I'll get that. We'll get there when we get there. It's not. Eevee's not in a bad place though. But like, I like Eevee, but we definitely don't need a Mega Eevee. I mean, we didn't need a Gmax form either. Let's see. Slowpoke and Slowbro. I like these guys. Yeah, I actually do like them, so I'm gonna put them in the B tier. What the? Oh. Mega Eevee is just a smaller Gmax Eevee. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, let's be real. Gigantamax forms are basically just glorified Mega forms when you think about them. When you really think about it. Yeah. But the Slowpoke line, they're some of the more laid back but solid designs from Gen 1. I I love how dopey and chill they are, and their whole symbiotic evolution with Shelter is one of the more creative ones from the early days. They're the kind of Pokemon that grow on you over time, and they've definitely grown on me. Mega Slowbro. B tier. I think I just really like Slowpoke. Yeah, this thing is just pure comedy. Instead of getting tougher and more edgy, Slowbro just gets stuck inside its own shell like a confused little hermit crab or something, and it's just hilarious. The shell armor wrapping around its body gives it that goofy "what is happening" energy, and I love how exaggerated the design is. The angry shoulder eyes peeking out from the back they steal the deal. This stream is definitely gonna be 4+ hours. Yeah. Oh, for sure. This was, like I said, this was not gonna be a short stream for sure. This was not gonna be a short stream. It has a normal type evolution that you get, and you gave it a mega evolution. Library of Ruins is your favorite game you played because of music? I think my favorite video game soundtrack has to be from either Sea of Stars or Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Galarian, Slowpoke, and Slowbro, B tier. Just like the originals. Versions are chill, well executed. I love the pink to purple gradient on Galarian Slowbro, and the weird little arm cannon. The weird little Mega Man arm cannon is oddly fun. My only gripe with them is how Galarian Slowpoke is just psychic. Yeah, probably just... Yeah, it's just psychic for seemingly no reason, because it still hangs out at beaches. It acts the same as regular Slowpoke. Doesn't really do anything different, you know? Favorite game OSTs are No Straight Roads, Death's Door, and Omori. Yeah, Omori does... So far, Omori is a banger. Omori is definitely a banger. Would listen to the soundtrack unironically. Well, I don't listen to any video game soundtrack unironically. If I like the soundtrack, I'm gonna listen to it. You love Gone Angels? I'm not gonna lie, I've never heard of a Library of Ruins. Alright. Magnemite and Magneton. S tier. Oh wait, that's A tier. Whoops. S tier. Since you wanted the battle themes that said it would be that we should put in the rotation. Oh, definitely gotta check it out then. Definitely gotta check that out then. I'm actually disgusted by how little S tier Pokemon there were. I thought there would be more. But yeah. These two have always been good. But Gen 8 made me really fall in love after training the shiny Magnemite that I caught from Let's Go, and transferring it to Sword and Shield for competitive battles. I especially love the Adventures manga depiction where Lieutenant Surge used the Pyramid of Magneton to what's it called? To like float around and stuff. Just iconic. Yeah, I'm gonna be referencing the Adventures manga too a lot for some of these, at least from generations 1 through 3. But yeah, their design is simple, alien, and I hate the puns, but magnetic. Literally and figuratively. Farfetch'd! My mouse is bugging. There we go. Farfetch'd is going into C tier. Let me see. I should listen to it at my own time. If I play on stream, I will get copyright claim. Ah, that's lame. But yeah, I guess I'll listen to it on my own time then. But yeah, Farfetch'd is weird, but I kind of love that. The samurai duck, the duck samurai look is subtle with the head feathers. The head feathers resembling a top knot and the leek acting like a katana. Plus, one of the early sprite poses, where it holds the leek in its mouth. I think it's Gen 3. It gave major Roronoa Zoro energy from One Piece. So yeah, and you guys know I'm a One Piece fan, so of course, if we get a One Piece reference, I'm gonna think positively of it. It's a goofy underdog of a Pokemon that's, you know, I've grown to appreciate more over the years. This one's gonna be a little controversial, but Galarian Farfetch'd, I'm putting it in S tier. It should realistically be C tier, just like regular Farfetch'd, but I'm putting it in the S tier. Because at first I didn't think much of it, right? But that massive leak is indeed hilarious and somehow works. And I think the reason I'm putting it in the S tier is because I know it evolves into Surfetch'd. So just by association with Surfetch'd, it's an instant win. So yeah, Galarian Farfetch'd is gonna earn that S tier badge for just the sheer glow up alone. Also, in the Japanese version of Pokemon Journeys, it has a hilarious cry where it's just like, come on. So I love that. Alright. Doduo and Dodrio. I've heard so many people where back then they thought that Farfetch'd evolved into Doduo, even though they don't look anything alike, but whatever. But that's just a little side note of mine. They're C tier. Yeah, C tier. Not the flashiest birds, but I respect them. Doduo and Dodrio help flesh out the Pokemon world's ecosystem and add a bit of variety to the early flying types, you know? Not favorites, but I don't mind them a bit. Seal and Dugong, D tier immediately. Honestly, these two are incredibly forgettable. Like, of course I only remember them because I just looked at them, but yeah, they're not bad, not offensive, but if you were to point a gun at me and ask me to name 10 Generation 1 water types, you might as well just shoot me because I would just forget these things exist. They're just kind of there, doing the bare minimum. Grimer and Muck, A tier. Yeah, A tier. This is how you spice up a simple design. I've always liked these guys, you know, even if the design evolution is a bit lazy. I will admit that they are a little lazy. Grimer just turns into a bigger Grimer with angry eyes and more sludge, but somehow that simplicity works for me. They're classic, gross but lovable Pokemon, and I'll always have a soft spot for them. The Alolan forms, S tier, come on. These guys are awesome. You know, forget what I just said about these two when I said, like, this is how you spice up a simple design. This is how you spice up a simple design. The rainbow oil slick, the rainbow oil slick look on Muck, the extra toxic sludge mouth, the thoughtful redesign. Alolan Muck especially feels like a proper evolution of the concept. They took literal sludge and made it pop. Shoulder and Cloyster, oh yeah, A tier. A tier. I said A tier. Damn. Wait, pin images. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Okay. I thought that was just saying something else, but... Okay. So what can I say about Shelter and Cloyster? There's some of the better water designs from Gen 1. Shelter's got that cheeky tongue out face, and Cloyster just looks like something that could crack a ship in half. You know, I always love how they show up in the Adventures manga with Lorelei and Giovanni both using Cloyster, and that added to their cool factor to me. Ghastly and Haunter and Gengar. Oh my! S tier. Yeah, S tier. So yeah, Ghost royalty right here. The whole line, creepy, playful, iconic all at once. Haunter is actually my favorite of the three. Has floating hands, a sinister grin. It just makes it feel like a true poltergeist. And Gengar's great too, but Haunter just hits different. Mega Gengar, S tier. Come on, S tier. Mega Gengar, Alolan Muck is only weak to ground. Indeed. Indeed, it is only weak to ground. But yeah. Mega Gengar. This thing just looks demonic, and I guess that's why I like it. Half sunken into the ground, spikes everywhere, an extra eyeball opening up on its head. This thing is just pure nightmare fuel, you know? The Pokedex lore that says it's so warped by Mega Evolution that it loses all interest in its trainer is just beautifully twisted. It's sinister, unsettling, and unmistakably Gengar. Like, this looks like something that Gengar would turn into. Gigantamax Gengar, B tier. The form is so stupid looking that it loops back around to being genius. It's got a massive grinning mouth leading straight to the afterlife, and that's just wild, you know? The lore makes it even cooler, hearing your loved one's voices while staring into its mouth, apparently. You know, what was I saying? Yeah, it's creepy and fantastic, basically, is basically all I'm trying to say. It's like the cave of, it's basically like, it's like the Cave of Wonders from Aladdin, but from hell. You really want Burger King? At BK, have it your way. You rule! George hates that song with a dying passion. That thing's really annoying due to to a specific strategy. I was like, what the heck is Pacific? Onyx. Don't rank my boy down, or I will come over here because I like Lugia. I mean, that's fine if you like Lugia. I like Lugia too, but we'll get there when we get there. Oh crap, we're almost done with Gen 1, yay. Onyx, A tier. There we go, A tier. It's just raw, unfiltered cool. It's a literal rock serpent the size of a semi-truck. And Brock's, I like Brock's Onyx from the anime. It's cemented in everyone's memory. Well, everyone who watched the Gen 1 anime, at least. Its design may be simple, but it still feels grand and powerful. Definitely one of Gen 1's most memorable monsters. We Dachshund DeAndre. Finally, it's crazy. I see how it is. Drowsy and Hypno. Yeah, D tier. D tier. Especially you. These weirdos never really clicked with me. They're just sort of there. Not cool enough to be memorable, not weird enough to be charming. I don't hate them though. Yeah, they're just never going to make any kind of favorites list. So they're filler psychic types to me. Krabby and Kingler. I don't care what anyone says. These guys are B tier. I like Krabby and Kingler. Yes, they're literally just crabs, but honestly, I really like them. There's something oddly satisfying about their chunky, jagged designs, even if there's no real twist to them. They've got a charm to them that I think a lot of people overlook. Gigantamax Kingler, I'm gonna put in the A tier. Yeah. Never thought Kingler would get any sort of attention, let alone a Gigantamax form when Sword and Shield were when the gimmick was announced for Sword and Shield. But I'm so glad it did. Its long, spindly limbs are clearly inspired by like deep sea crabs like the Japanese spider crab, and I love that. The form feels distinct, exaggerated, and genuinely monstrous in a fun kaiju way, which I guess was the point of Gigantamax after all. Great animal inspiration, great execution. Voltorb and Electrode, B tier. I like them. Yeah. They're Pokeballs that explode. It's dumb, it's funny, it works. I've always thought it was hilarious that Electrode was the fastest Pokemon in Gen 1, faster than literal gods. And shout out to the shiny versions, like looking like Great Balls, and that time in the Adventures manga where Lieutenant Surge used a bazooka that fired Electrode. Very iconic. Normal forms are D tier. Human forms? Hisuian forms are A tier. Ugh. I just predicted the next gimmick, chat. I just predicted the next gimmick. We're gonna have human forms in Gen 10. Ugh. Hisuian, Voltorb, and Electrode. I'm gonna put them in the C tier. I actually dig the idea of these regional forms. Like, they feel like a nice throwback to the wooden craftsmanship to the early Pokeball prototypes. But that said, I just wish that they had done more with the concept. Like, maybe... And this is how I feel about, the regular forms, too. Like, I wish that there were variants based on different types of Pokeballs. But as it stands, they're fine. Just not all that exciting. Alright, Execute and Executor. B tier. Yeah, I'll put him in the B tier. Pokemon Hentai Edition is crazy. But yeah, these guys are so weird and I love that about them. Floating psychic eggs that become a three-headed coconut tree. You know, that's the kind of nonsense I live for. Definitely not normal, and I respect that. Alolan Executor, come on, A tier. This thing is absolutely ridiculous in the best way. A giant palm tree dragon with a derpy face and a tail head? I mean, it's amazing. A for amazing, you know? It leans so far into that absurd category that I can't help but love it. It's just fun. Cubone and Marowak, I'm gonna put them in the B tier. Yeah, B tier. Cubone's tragic backstory in the Pokemon Tower always stuck with me. You know, it's a ghost story baked into a game for kids, and I love that. Even without the lore, they've got cool designs. Bone-wielding lizard dino things that feel tough and iconic. Solid middle tier faves. Alolan Marowak, A tier. Definitely A tier. This is how you do a regional form. I think this is my favorite. You know, this is my favorite Alolan form. This is my favorite Alolan form. The ghost fire aesthetic mixed with Hawaiian fire dancer vibes, just awesome. It's sleek, stylish, and has actual lore weight behind it. Definitely my favorite of the Alolan forms. Hitmonlee. B tier. Yeah, Hitmonlee has that springy-legged weirdness that just works for me. And the Adventures manga made it even cooler with Luffy-style, like, stretchy kicks. Hold up. Hitmonlee Adventures. I need to see its stretchiness. Where are you? Why does Hitmonlee have a mouth? That is cursed. Why does Hitmonlee have a mouth? You're not supposed to have a mouth. Okay, whatever. Hold on, I'm looking for it. Hold on, let me see. Stretching limbs. Because there was like a specific shot in the manga. Ah, dang it. Oh, stretching. I spelled stretching wrong, that's why. Yeah. Like, it's like kind of like stretching out its limbs like Luffy from One Piece. I always loved that about Hitmonlee. But yeah, made it even cooler. And for a humanoid design, it's got a lot of energy and impact. Definitely one of the better ones in Gen 1. Hitmonchan, however, D tier. Yeah, Hitmonchan's always been the lesser of the two for me. I respect what they were going for. Boxing gloves, elemental punches, the whole vibe, but it just never really landed. I don't hate it, but I would never use it either. Lickitung. You're also going into D tier. He's just weird. You like Hitmonchan because of Let's Go. Real Let's Go? Did you use one on your team or something? Yeah, I get what they were going for. Maybe even something based on a yokai, but the execution just feels off. If not for Jessie owning one in the anime, I probably would have forgotten this thing even existed. Just not a design I ever vibed with. Coughing and wheezing, A tier. I think I just really like poison types, huh? Because I don't think any of the poison types are low. Yeah, I think I just really like poison types. But yeah, these guys are A tier. If Jesus walks on water, does he swim on land? Bro, what? Bro, what? So random. But yeah, I'm a big fan of these sludge puff balls. Their asymmetry, their gross grins, everything about them just screams toxic menace, and I love it. They've got that classic Team Rocket villain vibe, and Weezing's weird twin head, like a weird parasitic twin, just makes it even better. And then Galarian Weezing I'm putting into C tier. Doug Dimmadome. Doug Dimmadome, eat your heart out, bro. This thing is hilarious with its smokestack top hats and mustache made of gas. It's bizarre in a way that's kind of charming, but the design's doing a lot. The design's doing a lot, and I'm still not sure why it's fairy type. It's weird, but it's fun, so we'll call it a C. Galarian Weezing is so funny. He's at least B tier. See, B tier is more for like the Pokemon that I generally like. This guy, he's at least funny. Like he's like on par with Alolan Duck trio for me. Charizard in trash tier. Actually, he's an A tier. Just because he's popular doesn't make him bad. Doug Dimmadome, owner of the Dimsdale Dimmadome. Yep. Every time I catch a Galarian Weezing, his name is just gonna be Doug. or Dimmadome. One of the two. All right. Uh, so Rhyhorn and Rhydon. B tier. Yeah, B tier. These two, they're pretty iconic. Rhydon being the first Pokemon ever designed gives it some cool historical weight. Their bulky, armored looks are still great. Not favorites, but I've always liked them. Chansey, I'll put you into C tier. I was gonna put you into D tier originally, but Chansey's not that bad. It's just there. Like, I like her. But she's never really stood out to me beyond just a walking tank and competitive and Nurse Joy's eternal assistant in the anime. Yeah, it's got a strange design, but not one I love or hate. Tangela, I like this weirdo. B tier. This wiggly ball of vines is weird and underrated, and that's exactly why I like it. There's something super appealing about how strange and simple it is. It's just a living knot of blue spaghetti with with sneakers and eyes, and I dig that. Kangaskhan, B tier. Wait, why is Mega Kangaskhan over you? No, switch these two. What the heck is going on here? Don't ever do that again, you imposter. But yeah, Kangaskhan, I'm gonna put it into B tier. Kangaskhan, it's got a cool concept, mother and baby as one Pokemon. The Mega Evolution that lets the baby fight alongside her was a genuine touch. Genius, honestly. It's got that big protector energy that I appreciate even if I don't use them often. Mega Kangaskhan I'm putting into B tier as well. Same vibe, great concept, clean execution. It's not flashy, but it's one of the more grounded and sensible megas. Gotta respect it. Horsey and C tiers. What? C tier? Well, you know what? Because of that, they're going into C tier now. They're going into C tier now. I called Seadra C tier, it's going into C tier. It was destined. Alright, but, you know, I've got no beef with these two. They're fine, cute little sea dragons with pleasant designs. They just don't stand out all that much to me in Gen 1. Sea King and Goldeen and Sea King, yeah, they have to go in B tier. They really dropped the ball with these two. They're just goldfish with horns and not much else going on. There's no interesting lore, there's no cool abilities, they're just kind of there. Like, I don't hate them, but I've never cared about them either. Staryu and Starmie, oh come on, these are A tier. You'd be dumb not to put these in A tier. These alien starfish they're alien starfish. How can you not like these guys? Simple shapes, great colors, mysterious aura that makes them feel like otherworldly creatures. I love the way they bridge the gap between natural and supernatural with these two. They're just elegant in a weird sci-fi kind of way. Mr. Mime, however, your ass is going in D tier. This thing is just weird, bro. Like, sometimes creepy, sometimes kind of charming, depending on the art style. Detective Pikachu will always give me nightmares from this thing. I've never been a fan, but I also never despised it the way that some people do. It's a little uncanny, but not quite trash tier material. Same thing is gonna go for the Galarian form. This one's also weird. Tap dancing instead of miming. Ice instead of fairy. It's got a lot to process for me. The design is lanky and unsettling in 3D. But, like, this thing genuinely jump scared me when I first encountered it in Sword and Shield, but there's some charm in the animation. The ice-tipped boots, the spin clap entrance give it personality, and I appreciate how it's recognizably still Mr. Mime. Also, I just realized they gave him a nose. Mr. Mime never used to have a nose. That's why it looks so weird to me. It's the nose. Anyway. But yeah. I appreciate how it's recognizably still Mr. Mime while still being different. Still not my thing, though. Scyther. Come on, bro. Scyther's another winner. Scyther's another winner. S tier. Come on. This one is just a straight up classic. He's a hood classic. Scyther is sleek, dangerous, and just plain cool. A ninja mantis dinosaur with blade arms, like, you can't beat that. It's one of the strongest designs in Gen 1, hands down. Jinx, your ass is going into trash tier. Your ass is going into actually, I'll put you behind. Since I dislike you that much, I'll put you behind Alolan Persian. Easily my least favorite Pokemon of all time. Even as a kid, before I knew what blackface was, before I knew anything about racism and blackface and all that, I knew this thing looked off. You know, the design is ugly, the proportions are weird, the lips are just... no. Even with the color change, from changing its skin from just pitch black to purple, and the fact that the manga tried to make it look cool, I still can't stand this thing. Trash tier without hesitation. But to bring my blood pressure down, Electabuzz is going into C tier. I go back and forth with this one. Sometimes I think it's cool in a retro kaiju sort of way. Other times it just feels like a guy in a suit. I'll settle on C tier. Not bad, but not something I go out of my way to use. Magmar's also gonna go in the C tier. Magmar's bizarre, you know, like a duck, like duck face, shoulder lumps, I guess arm lumps since it's all over the arms, but, and also like the flaming lizard tail. It's all bizarre, you know. I don't love it, but I appreciate that it's at least interesting. Pinsir, come on, y'all. This is my favorite Gen 1 Pokemon. This is my favorite Gen 1 Pokemon, no question. This thing is raw. Raw feral bug energy with giant bone-crushing horns. It's everything I love in a monster design. Ferocious, unique, and surprisingly grounded, you know? Pinsir made me fall in love with arthropods in real life too, so much love to him. Mega Pinsir? Also S tier, because this is my favorite Mega Evolution. Hands down, one of the coolest bug designs in the franchise. Takes everything scary about the original Pinsir, turns it up. Sharper horns, murder mode eyes, added wings. It's brutal. I love that it's not just terrifying, but it's actually, like, in the Pokédex lore, I think, like, it's one of the few Mega Evolutions where, like, it's not angry or in pain. It's actually happy about being able to fly. It's happy about flying through the air and impaling stuff with its, like, a joyful little monster. Easily my favorite Mega. Easily. Tauros, D tier. It's not bad, but it's so forgettable for me. I always forget it exists until I scroll past it in the Pokédex. It's just a bull with 3 tails. That's it. That's the entire design. The Paldean forms I'm also gonna put in the D tier. Yeah, I'm also gonna put these guys in the D tier. I really wanted to like them, but they just don't do enough. The black color scheme is cool, sure, but the Blaze and Aqua breeds feel like they're trying to hide how similar they are to the base forms. The Aqua breed gets extra points for having, like, water pressure cannon horns and being able to swim with his little turbine tail, but overall they all feel underdeveloped. I expected more from a regional form. Magikarp and Gyarados are S tier. Yeah, Magikarp and Gyarados are S tier. Iconic. These guys are iconic Gen 1 Mons. Magikarp is a joke, and then boom, Gyarados appears and just demolishes everything. That underdog glow up is one of the most satisfying things in Pokemon. I've used Gyarados so many times and just never got tired of it. Not Gengar. Mega Gyarados I'm putting in the B tier. Just like Mega Charizard Y, I really appreciate Mega Gyarados for dialing up everything that made the original great. It keeps that ferocious, intimidating vibe, and the transition into a water and dark type is a neat thematic shift. Feels more brutal, more controlled. But that said, some design elements like the oddly thick body and the added fins make it feel a little cluttered. Still cool, just not quite S tier material. Lapras, I'm putting into B tier. Lapras is cool. It's not flashy, but it's a chill and majestic design. Feels like a gentle guardian of the sea. Never met anyone who didn't like Lapras, and honestly, that says a lot. Not Mega Lapras. Gigantamax Lapras, D tier. This one's a bit of a mixed bag. On one hand, it definitely looks more imposing than regular Lapras, and the icy music sheet spiral is a clever concept that leans into Lapras's lore as a melodic ferrying Pokemon. On the other hand, it's a lot. The design feels a bit overdone, especially with the super long neck and the heavy symbolism. It works better in motion, but overall, not my favorite glow up. Ditto, I'm gonna put it in the B tier. Ditto's a simple concept done right. It's just a wobbly little blob that can become anything, and there's something really charming about that. It might not be flashy, but I've always thought Ditto was a neat and cleverly designed Pokemon. Alright, finally the evolutions. Well, Eevee and the Gen 1 evolutions at least. So, they're all gonna go in the A tier. Yeah, I know I've been I've always sounded a little negative about Eevee, but I'm gonna put them all in the A tier. And I've said this before on my streams, and I'll say it again. Eevee is just one of those Pokemon where you're either all in on the hype, or you're like me. You have a favorite evolution, but don't really care that much for Eevee itself. Still, I respect the concept and how iconic it is. The Pokemon Adventures manga really made it memorable for me, especially that experimental Eevee that could shift between Vaporeon, Jolteon, and Flareon. Vaporeon, did it just start raining? I think it just started raining. Anyway, Vaporeon is unique for how abstract it is, a mammal with fish traits that can literally melt into water. Jolteon's my favorite of the Gen 1 evolutions, hands down. The spiked fur, electric personality, and the lore about it launching electrified needles is just sick. Flareon, though, it's my least favorite. It just looks like a fluffier Eevee, and compared to all the others, it's not nearly as interesting. Still, as a set, they're undeniably iconic. Gigantamax Eevee, I'm gonna put you in the C tier. Yeah, I'll put Gigantamax Eevee in the C tier. This is just a giant, fluffy floof ball. Looks like it's about to topple over with that neck mane. And the design is almost too silly to take seriously, but the Pokedex entry is so unhinged. Eevee crushing people by accidentally trying by accident while trying to play with them. I don't know. I always thought that was just freaking hilarious. It's a dumb design, but it gets credit for being unintentionally terrifying lore-wise. Porygon, S tier. Come on. S tier. One of my personal favorites. The low poly aesthetic, the cotton candy color scheme, and the whole concept of a man-made Pokemon ahead of its time. Incredible. Sucks that Porygon got banned from the anime due to the infamous Electric Soldier Porygon episode. It deserved better. This thing was straight out of a PlayStation 1 era. You know, the PlayStation 1 era still holds up design-wise. Ammonite and Amistar, A tier. Yeah. I'm gonna put them in the A tier. I've always liked these alien-looking Ammonite Pokemon. I also just realized they're the first cephalopods in the series. And Amistar in particular has some charm. Thanks to its original sprite. Hold up. Let me see. One of my favorite sprites, bro. Amistar. Also, let me check something real quick. Alright. Just making sure we're still, like, good. Amistar, red, and blue sprite. Bro. Bro, I always love this one. I always love this sprite, dude. It looks like it's dancing to some Earth, Wind, and Fire, bro. Weird, ancient, funky, and that's my jam. Honestly, the sprite is a lot funnier than it's way more funny than I initially thought it was, dude. Anyway, Kabuto and Kabutops, I'm gonna put them in the S tier. Yeah, I like these guys. They're going in the S tier. They go hard, bro. Kabuto combines elements of trilobites and horseshoe crabs, two of the coolest ancient creatures out there, and turns them into a slick predator that drains prey with its claws. And Kabutops takes that foundation and amps it up into a full-blown underwater assassin. You know, it's sharp, sleek, just plain badass. Aerodactyl is going in the S tier. I like them more, though. I like them more than Ammonite and Amistar. One of my all-time favorites. It's got that raw, prehistoric energy, drawing from obscure toothed pterosaurs and dragon aesthetics to create a design that's both grounded and beastly, you know? And also the name Aerodactyl was even partially used in naming a real genus of pterosaurs, so I always thought that was pretty cool. One of those Pokemon that just feels powerful by design alone. Mega Aerodactyl, I'm putting it in the B tier. Yeah. I like Mega Aerodactyl. The hell is that? Aerodactyl. I like Mega Aerodactyl in overall, but the design just gets a little busy. The lore behind it, being covered in jagged rocks due to an awakened ancient gene, is pretty cool, but also kind of painful sounding. I'd still use it, but it's not quite as clean or iconic as the base form. Snorlax, another iconic boy. You're going in the A tier. It's a classic, dopey, happy, and iconic from the moment it first blocked your path in Gen 1. I love how its sprites... Hold up. Snorlax... Because I know there's like a meme about it. Yeah. Yeah, this one. I like how its sprites over the years just... It makes it look like it's gradually waking up. It's gradually waking up It's simple, effective, and it's lovable. Uh, G-Max? I don't really like this one, F tier. This one is just odd. You know, the idea of plants growing on Snorlax's belly could have been cool as a permanent evolution, but as a Gigantamax form, it feels like a joke without punch. There's no logic to the energy affecting the seeds and not Snorlax itself, and it ends up looking more confusing than clever. Hard pass on that. Alright, finally, we're at the end of Gen 1. Okay. I know I've just been yapping, but hey. I mean, if it was just me being like, oh yeah, this is going in that tier, this is going in that tier, I mean, this would just be a boring stream. That could have just been a video. Okay. Articuno, A tier. So Articuno's a really well done legendary. It's regal and icy without being over-designed, and its sweeping tail and crowned head give it that proper mythical bird vibe. It's not loud or flashy, just elegant, and I love that. Zapdos is going in the A tier as well. It's actually my favorite of the original trio. The spiked black and yellow feathers give it that dangerous energy, and it kind of resembles a massive thunder-charged hummingbird. It's got that electric menace without needing extra gimmicks. Just awesome. Moltres, you're going into B tier. Yeah, I do like this one less. This is my... It's just the weakest of the three for me, you know? But it's still a good design overall. You know, it looked way cooler in its original artwork where the wings are entirely made out of fire, but later interpretations made it look more like a flaming rubber chicken. The lore's trying to push a Phoenix angle with Moltres, but it just doesn't hit as hard, especially next to the better Phoenix Pokemon. Uh-oh. Galarian Articuno, you're B tier. It's sleek, cold, but it's also my least favorite of the Galarian birds. Still, that's not a diss. It's a clean, graceful redesign with strong vibes, just a bit less exciting compared to the others. Galarian Zapdos, A tier. This design took me by surprise, actually. The colors, the stance, and the animations make it feel fresh while still totally recognizable as Zapdos. You know, it manages to reinvent the character without losing what made the original cool. Easily one of the best regional legendaries. Galarian Moltres, you're also going in the A tier. Galarian Moltres is my favorite of the three. You know what? I'll put you... I do like you a little better than Articuno, so I'll put you there. But yeah, Moltres is my favorite of the three. The black and hot pink color combo gives it a sinister, cursed vibe, and the double tails plus the new face shape makes it feel mean, you know? It didn't change much conceptually, but the tone shift was enough to make it feel new and dangerous. The Dratini line, they're going into B tier. Yeah. They're going into B tier. Dratini and Dragonair are beautiful sea serpents. Sleek, graceful, full of mystique, but Dragonite happens. Design, like don't get me wrong, I love Dragonite's design on its own. It's adorable, huggable, and still definitely a dragon, but it feels totally disconnected from its pre-evolutions. They're all great individually, but as a line, it's disjointed. If the transition felt more natural, I'd probably rank them higher. Mewtwo is S tier. Come on, my boy is awesome. It's Mewtwo is just the legendary Pokemon. A lab monster with unmatched power and a clean yet menacing design. While I do miss the creepy Frankenstein vibe from earlier art, the concept and execution are still top tier. It's Mewtwo. Enough said. Mega Mewtwo, both X and Y are going into C tier. These are fine, but they don't surpass the original. Mega X feels like a raw physical powerhouse, while Mega Y leans into psychic alien energy. I like the duality of one embracing the human genes, because, you know, Mewtwo is canonically part human. And the other one embraces the Mew genes with Mega Mewtwo Y, but they just never wowed me the way the base form did. Mew, you're A tier. Mew is one of those Pokemon that's just impossible to hate. It's small, cute, simple, and full of mystery, with its little cat rabbit Jerboa mix. The whimsical design, it feels like a perfect contrast to Mewtwo's intense energy. Great capstone to the original generation, to the original 151. Alright. Gen 2 time. Oh my goodness, it has almost been 2 hours. That took way longer than I thought, but I don't care. If this is gonna be a 6-hour stream, then so be it. Alright. Chikorita. A tier. Honestly, it caught me off guard how much I've come to appreciate Chikorita, considering Cyndaquil has always been my default Johto starter. Yeah, Chikorita's got that classic animal plant hybrid charm like Bulbasaur, but with its own unique identity, you know? A little dino pepper with a giant leaf on its head, expressive eyes, and some cool vine nub details. I even like the original gold version's yellowish tone more than the green that Crystal settled on later on. Overall, a sleeper favorite. Bayleaf and Meganium, I'm gonna put them in the B tier. Yeah, I'm gonna put them in the B tier. Bayleaf keeps it simple but strong, not overly intricate. Just clean and charming. Meganium, though, stands out by not trying to be a super cool warrior like most final starter Evos. It leans into being the gentle healer among dragons and monsters. It's a breath of fresh air design-wise, even if it doesn't quite live up to that support role in-game. Alright, Cyndaquil. Alright, you guys already know, Cyndaquil is my all-time favorite Pokemon, period. This tiny fire echidna with the shy closed eyes and the retractable flame, pure gold. I've always loved that the fire only flares up when it's battling, which the anime nailed. Cyndaquil's timid demeanor and cuteness are unmatched. It's the definition of a perfect starter in my book. So, S tier. Quilava and Typhlosion, though, they're going into B tier. Quilava's not bad, but it definitely loses some of Cyndaquil's unique baby charm. Feels more like a generic flaming weasel. Typhlosion at least goes hard with that aggressive firestorm aura. I love the concept of a raging badger with a name that combines typhoon and explosion. It's just not the most standout fire starter design, but it still holds a place in my heart. Hisuian Typhlosion, I'm gonna put it in the C tier. Yeah. Hisuian Typhlosion swaps pure fire for fire and ghost. trading its usual fire rage for a calmer spiritual vibe tied to Hisui's sacred mountain. I love the purple ghost flames, the Magatama bead motif, and its connection to the Ainu inspired goddess Kamui Huchi. Its lore about guiding souls and unleashing 108 ghost flames through Infernal Parade is great, though I wish there were more ghostly regional variants to match the theme in Legends Arceus. The more I learned about it, the cooler it became, even if it still lands in the middle tier for me. Totodile got that high energy. Yeah, it's got that high energy gremlin vibe that I really dig. Chompy, expressive, and those little things are adorable. Its anime and manga appearances helped me fall in love with it even more. This Croc's just fun. A tier. Crocodile and Feraligatr are gonna go into C tier. I lost where the C tier was for a split second. Alright. So, Crocodile? Welcome back, Azriel. Yeah, Crocodile's where the line kind of loses me. That caveman tunic pattern and chunky vibe feel like a step backward from Totodile's slickness. Feraligatr's pretty cool conceptually, but that weird yellow V on the crotch has always been distracting. Not bad overall, just not as clean or memorable as its pre-Evo. Alright, next up is Sentret and Furret. Sentret is a slightly more appealing early mammal than Rattata, but not exactly unforgettable either. I respect the meerkat meets raccoon meets flying squirrel concept, but it's kind of a nice but kind of design. C tier. Furret though, I love this thing. Long sock noodle ferret energy. The face is so cute. The stripes are satisfying, and I'd 100% keep one as a pet if Pokemon were real. It made me appreciate the charm of just being a cute animal. No frills, just ferret. A tier. Hoot Hoot and Noctowl are going into B tier. Oh, here we go. That's B tier. Oh, there's so many. There's so many that I'm just like losing track now. I love owls. I mean, I think I've gone on record on saying that I love owls, and Hoot Hoot's design is so much more fun than most early birds. The red eyes and the clock hand unibrow are such clever touches. Sadly, Noctowl drops the clock motif and just becomes a regular owl with an angry glare. Still cool. Owls are always cool, but man, it could have evolved into something amazing, you know? Lediba and Ledian are going into C tier. Yeah. They used to be top tier favorites, but recent events made me demote them as favorites. Lediba feels like those 2000s elementary school wall art. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. Hold on. Let me see. Like, Ladybug, elementary school art. Ah, not these. But it was like those little cartoon, little cartoon stickers. I can't find them though. But it kind of reminded me a little bit of that. But yeah, like Lediba feels like 2000s elementary school wall art. It's cute, but bland. Ledian, in my opinion, Ledian has a lot of potential with its punchy superhero vibe. I see the Kamen Rider influence for sure, but just not fun to use, and it faded into obscurity. Nice concept, disappointing execution. Spinarak and Ariados are gonna be put in the B tier though. Despite being an arachnophobe, I gotta give props to these creepy crawlers. They're stylish and conceptually strong, even if they're near useless in game. The designs are solid and memorable. Alright. I am gonna be right back. I'm gonna go help my mom bring in the groceries real quick, so I'll be right back, y'all. Should take me like about 10, hopefully like at least 10 minutes-ish, hopefully. Depends on how fast I do them, but yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. My bad about that, y'all. I had to bring in the groceries and also put away the groceries. That was a lot. I ain't gonna lie. All right. Let me go ahead and minimize OBS. Hey, Crispy, what's going on? I don't know if you're still here or not, but welcome if you are. All right. So where was I? I forgot what Pokemon I was on. That's how long I've been gone. Crobat. Here we go. Crobat. Crobat. Going in the S tier. Yeah, it might not look like a natural evolution from Zubat and Golbat, but I love it. Sleek, fast, purple, what's not to like? It's my favorite kind of underdog story. A hated Zubat turned loyal friend, turned badass. Watching it glide around in the anime made me fall in love with it even more. So S tier. Alright, Chinchou. Chinchou, perfect example. Well done, cute deep sea creature. Yeah. That's pretty much it. I'm gonna kind of blitz through Gen 2 just so we can kind of save up on time. Get to Gen 3. Because I want to get to Gen 3 before that 3-hour mark. Let's see. Lantern, I'm gonna put in the C tier. It feels like a downgrade from Chinchou, just a cartoony fish with a forehead lamp. Could have leaned more into the eerie weirdness of deep sea biology, you know what I mean? Alright. Oh god, I forgot about baby Pokemon. I really don't like talking about these guys because baby Pokemon are horrible. But the first of the many Pikachu clones, I'm gonna put Pikachu in the C tier. It gets a pass for being an actual pre-evolution and being kinda cute, but its existence doesn't really add anything, which is a criticism that I'm gonna have for like basically every single baby Pokemon. The lore is cool, shocking itself with its own electricity, but overall it's just neat, nothing more. Cleffa, C tier as well. Way cuter than Clefairy, and definitely more memorable for it. The design is simple, but I like it. The alien lore works, especially since baby Clefairy aren't seen in the wild. Still, since I'm indifferent toward the line overall, so Cleffa stays in that meh but cute zone. Igglybuff is gonna go in that D tier though. This one's just off, you know. Creepy the weird swirly, not creepy, but the weird swirly forehead, the creepy bloodshot red eyes, the awkward head bumps, the awkward tumors on its head. It takes everything cute about Jigglypuff and ruins it, soils it. Least favorite of the baby trio. And then Togepi and Togetic, or for some reason as I've heard some people pronounce it, Togetic. Don't understand. I'm gonna put in the A tier. They both go in the A tier. So yeah, Togepi is a cute. Togepi is the baby Pokemon. It's the baby Pokemon, and it's a baby Pokemon done right. It's cute, iconic thanks to the anime, and packs a fun surprise with Metronome. The manga even gave us a punk Togepi. Hold up. Y'all gotta know. I think it was Togebo. Yeah, my boy. Togebo. Oh my god, that's actually kind of terrifying. Why did they give him teeth? Why did they give him teeth? That is actually terrifying. But yeah, that's my boy, bro. But yeah, punk Togepi, hilarious. Togetic is a decent follow-up. Pixie-like with just enough of Togepi's identity to feel connected. A little underwhelming in power, but still enjoyable. I was saying earlier that Crispy's gonna be disheartened for the placement of Machamp. Yeah, Punk Togepi's he's just a cool dude, bro. He's just a cool dude. All right. That Togepi means business. I'm not gonna lie. Punk Togekiss kind of goes hard though. Punk Togekiss kind of goes hard. It's like that meme where it's like it's like Sigma male Togekiss, and then you have the freaking Chad, bro, or whatever they call like the nerd dude, like the nerdy. No, it's Virgin Togekiss and then Chad Togekiss, Chad Togepo, or Togebo. However that meme goes, I forgot. Natu and Xatu, C tier. Yeah, they're all right. Weird little psychic birds with like a totem flare. Natu has this strange mystic thanks to those human-like eyes and the vibrant colors. Yeah, the colors help actually. Xatu leans into the totem pole in a cool way. I like the totem pole look at least. I appreciate the theme even if they don't really stick that landing for me. The Mareep line. Ooh. In the past, they would have been A tier, but they've kind of been demoted to B tier. I still like them though. And I'm always going to use them every time I play through Johto because they're that useful. Charming little electric sheep line. You know, Mareep's glowing tail is iconic. Fluffy's pink shift is a bit jarring, but still adorable. Ampharos is pulling that 180 into a lighthouse dragon, which is unexpected, but somehow works. Definitely weird, but in a fun way. Mega Ampharos, I'm putting in the C tier. Yeah, Mega Ampharos is basically just regular Ampharos, but now with luxurious flowing hair, and I kind of love it. Lore-wise, Mega Evolution reawakens its lost wool and its apparently dormant dragon blood, turning it into an electric and dragon type thanks to a pun in its Japanese name, Denryu, which I found not only means electric current, it also means electric dragon, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, it always looked a bit ambiguous design-wise, so this transformation actually makes sense to me. You know, I know a lot of people are like, why is it dragon type? I mean, why is Applin a dragon type, you know? Why can't we have fun dragon types? But it's a fun, creative mega that adds flair to a Pokemon I already like, even if it's not a top favorite. So, C tier, but a stylish one. You know what? Kind of in the higher C tier. I'll put it like behind. I'll put it behind Hisui and Arcanine at least. Blossom, I'm gonna put you in the D tier. It's not a bad design. It's a cute little hula dancer plant, but it just doesn't feel like it belongs in the Oddish line. Visually or thematically. Like, it clashes with Gloom and Val. Like, this thing does not evolve. This thing does not look like it evolves from Oddish, bro. And honestly, I feel like it should have been a standalone Pokemon. Even Game Freak forgot about her in the Hawaii-inspired Alola region, because it's not even in the Alola dex. You're gonna send me a video, it's amazing. Hold up. Why was my typing so vicious? Alright, it must be crazy. So we're gonna see what you sent me. The day in the life of a bug catcher. Actually, let me go ahead and I can already tell from the thumbnail that this is gonna be amazing. This is gonna be yes, trust links from YouTube. Alright, let me see what Go sent.
I'm Bugcatcher Rick, and I'm gonna beat the Elite Four. Metapod, why do you have that? Professor Oak told us not to use it. It's
not the mega
Metapod.
Metapod.
It's time to get it on.
Oh no. The feet, bro. The face. That is terrifying. Why did it lick its lips?
Let's go, Megapod! Finish this thing!
What the fuck is even that? My secret weapon.
Megapod, use Mega Horn!
Mega horn? Or mega arm? Not the freaking JoJo. The Ora Ora Ora. It's the smile. The fact that he licked his lips is crazy. Bro's just gonna tank. Bro's just gonna tank a hyper beam apparently. Oh no, it's not.
I'm bug catcher.
The Mario
and
jump
I'm
at the
gonna-
end. That is crazy. Beautiful. You know what? I'm liking this. You know what? I'm sending this to George. I am sending this to George. Just out of context. He doesn't even like mess with Pokemon like that, but he's gonna, if I had to watch this, he's gonna have to watch Peak. The thumbnail alone. The thumbnail alone just explains it all. Okay, that was something. Peak fiction. All right, Meryl and Azumarill, A tier. This is what the one. That's the One Piece. The final boss, bro. That's the final boss of One Piece. All right. Meryl and Azumarill are going in the A tier. Yeah, they're. Wait, that's B tier. Well. Okay, yeah, they're great design, super cute, and the fairy typing that they got later on actually fits. I especially love their shiny forms with the mint green Meryl and the yellow Azumarill. Like the gold yellow Azumarill. Got a shiny hunt for one of those actually. They're top tier shinies. Not much else to say. They're just really solid mons. Top 10 rappers. Eminem was too afraid to diss. Absolute peak. Who's next? Hmm. Wait a minute. This is not in Pokedex order. Wait. Hold on. Let's fix this real quick. Politoed is not supposed to be this. Yeah. Politoed is like. I think Sudowoodo is like. Yeah, Sudowoodo is usually like after. Hold on. Let me see. Let me look at the actual Pokedex here. Yeah, Sudowoodo is like. Right before. You know, I don't even care. The animation was really good though. It actually was, yeah. I was gonna say like bro actually put time into that animation. But yeah. Or wait, maybe I'm wrong actually. I think I'm wrong actually. No, Sudowoodo does actually come before Politoed. Okay, I'm tripping. I thought he came after for some reason. Alright. So Sudowoodo I'm putting in the A tier. You guys already know it's one of my top 10 favorites. But not like S. But I acknowledge it's not S tier. It's not enough to be S tier. It's a rock pretending to be a tree. It's fun. It's a dumb but brilliant concept. You know, I love the sheer absurdity of it. It may not be great in battle, sure, but the name pun alone, pseudo wood, literally fake wood, it earns its spot on Charm alone. He might have commissioned someone to do it. All the other episodes have been live action. Yeah, that had to. Okay, then that had to have been commissioned. I wonder how much though, because that's like, because you know animation takes a long time, bro. Politoed, B tier. happy clapping frog, and that alone just gives it the charm. And while it doesn't beat Poliwrath's weird and bizarre energy, Politoed is still neat enough to land in that solid B tier, you know? It's just a good design that feels joyful without needing to be flashy. Hoppip. I love Hoppip, man. Love these guys. Pure, adorable kid. You know what? No, not even A tier. I'm gonna put them in S tier. I genuinely love the Hoppip line. Like, I can't say anything negative about them. I genuinely love these little guys. Hoppip is just pure adorable, just purely adorable. That soft pink and green combo, the pinpoint eyes, and the overall beetroot flying plant vibe is just so unique and charming. Skiploom keeps that cuteness going, and Jumpluff completes the line, you know, with its simple yet elegant orb-like plant form, you know. It's not revolutionary, but it's done. Yeah, it's done um incredibly well. You know, it's done incredibly well. One of Gen 2's most underrated highlights for me. Let's see. Screw Hoppip, Skiploom, and Jumpluff. What did they do? Hey, can you draw a super buff JoJo Metapod beating the crap out of a Mega Gyarados? I bet. Apom is gonna go in the C tier. Yeah, Apom would have been forgettable if not for its role in the Adventures manga as Gold's partner Pokemon. That that alone spares it from from the lower tiers, but not by much, you know. Design wise, it's fine. Nothing special, nothing terrible, just a perfectly average C tier mon. They were one of the Pokemon lines that kept appearing when you were shiny. Oh, right, you did say that. Right. Sunkern. Despite being statistically the weakest Pokemon, Sunkern has a lot of personal appeal. You know, it's simple. It's a simple but cute design, but with its zigzag mouth and poking leaf makes them feel more charming than pitiful. Plus, its role in the Adventures manga helps solidify my fondness for it, so if you haven't noticed, I have a lot of nostalgia for the Adventures manga. Me when you put the sunflower seeds in the Pokeball and eat the sun currents is crazy. Well, I've never had that bad experience with the Hoppip line, so they're awesome to me. Sunflora, on the other hand, feels a bit too basic. It's a sunflower with a it's a sunflower with a face and limbs, you know, predictable and bland. Compare. Oh shoot! I just realized my music was not playing. I completely forgot about that. My bad. But yeah, yeah, it's just a plain sunflower Pokemon, like predictable and bland compared to, especially compared to its pre-evolution too. Well, not a bad design. Well, not a bad design. It lacks the weird flair that Gen 1 grass types had, making it very forgettable in the long run, so... But I don't hate you, so I'll put you in like the C tier. It would have been cool if it was grass and fire. I actually do agree with that. Yanma, I'm putting in the A tier. Yeah, I'm gonna put Yanma in the A tier. If I can grab Yanma. Yeah, a solid bug. It's a solid bug with a colorful, vibrant design, and I like it for being a cool looking, straightforward, early Gen 2 bug type, you know? And that's enough to comfortably place it in the A tier. Wooper. Wooper is love. I love Wooper. Almost started choking on air. This tier list is gonna be massive. This tier list is gonna be freaking massive, dude. We're only on Gen 2, bro. But yeah, its big, goofy smile, the waddling animation, and the charming simplicity make it one of my all-time favorites. I have a soft spot for early root Pokemon. From my Soul Silver days. Yeah, easily S tier. Easily S tier. Like a massive low taper fade, bro. Quagsire. It's the derpy older sibling to Wooper. It's cute in its own way. It's chill. He's a chill dude. He has a funny hunting method, just waiting for food to just float into its mouth. Your mind is melting right now. The brain rot. Yeah, you know, also Water and Ground is a pretty cool typing. Not quite as beloved as Wooper, but still a very good design in my eyes. I'm gonna put Quagsire in the B tier. Oh, we'll get to Clodsire when we get there. Paldean Wooper, S tier again. If I can find you. It's basically Wooper with a different paint job, but when the original is already an S tier, that's not a bad thing, you know. I just love it as much as the original, you know. And the more the slightly edgier look with like the gills looking more like the poison warning crossbones. Yeah, crossbones is what they're called. You know, it's enough edge to give it that solid S tier spot. Wooper's just pinnacle. Like, Wooper is the pinnacle of amphibians, I guess. Espeon is going in the S tier. Wooper is my favorite. Wooper's my favorite evolution. Or did I say Wooper? I was looking at Wooper when I was saying that. Espeon is my favorite evolution. You know, it's sleek. It's sleek psychic cat design, the purple color scheme, and the Adventures manga role. It all contributes to my love for it. Even with the weird green shiny form and the missing neck fluff, which I'm not gonna lie. I wish that I wish that Espeon had the fluff on its neck. Like the original Evolutions did. Like, I wish all of the Evolutions had like the little, you know, like from the Gen 1 Evolutions, they had like the little neck fluff stuff. That would have been cool. But it's still top tier in my book. Espeon's also going in the S tier, because I mean, how can you hate Espeon? Or how can you hate Espeon or Umbreon? The glowing rings on Espeon, the sinister Pokedex entries, and especially its shiny form with the blue rings, it all makes Umbreon feel like a perfect evolution. It's one of the coolest designs in the franchise. What? I'm not gonna be done for a while, so you might as well. Give me a couple minutes and I'll take you. You're gonna make 2 music playlists for me of Amori tracks, one for chill times and one for battling. I mean, sure, if you want. Let's see. What Pokemon am I on? Murkrow? Yeah, Murkrow. Murkrow, I'm putting it in the B tier. Yeah, B tier. I appreciate Murkrow for being unique among bird Pokemon. The design is simple but effective. It narrowly avoided irrelevance thanks to its Gen 4 evolution, and that alone helps me look back on it fondly. Slowking. I like it less than Slowpoke and Slowbro. C tier? Yeah, C tier. Yeah, it's cool in concept. It's basically a Slowbro with a crown and actual intelligence, but something about the design, probably the clown bib, holds it back. I appreciate its lore connections and alternate evolution status, but it's not a personal favorite. Galarian Slowking, I'm putting in the B tier. This version kind of steps up. It steps it up with a creepier vibe. I like the shuffling movement and the Parasect style possessed by the crown angle. It's a memorable take that earns it a comfortable spot in B tier. Miss Drevis, you're going into C tier. Yeah. It's a decent ghost type, but not much more. The glowing beads, the glowing bead necklace, the floating head design, it's all cool, but it's underwhelming in game and very hard to find in Johto for whatever reason. I don't hate it, but it doesn't... Excuse me. I don't hate it, but it doesn't wow me either. Unknown is going in the C tier as well. I've mellowed out on Unknown. I once disliked this thing, but now I just see it as a missed opportunity. Some of the forms are cool, but it never lived up to its potential. Strong concept with lackluster execution. Wobbuffet though, A tier. A tier. I'm not gonna lie, the anime made Wobbuffet iconic. Its role with Team Rocket, randomly popping out of its Pokeball and screaming its name with the Wobbuffet. It's just unforgettable, man. And add in its shockingly powerful moments, and you've got a Mon that went from meh to legendary, thanks to personality alone. Girafarig, I'm gonna put in the D tier. It's a clever concept, sure. It's a palindrome in both name and design, but it's okay. It's an okay... It just never quite made an impression. Like, it's an okay design. that just didn't stick in my memory, especially compared to its evolution for Rigorath back later in Gen 9. Pineco and Fortress are going in the S tier. Yeah, I like these guys. I actually really enjoy these guys. These two were absolute favorites. Pineco's explosive personality and the Pinecone grenade design are all great, but Fortress takes it a bit further with an armored cannon vibe, and they introduced me to what bagworms were in real life. So awesome bug types. Dunsparce, B tier. I adore Dunsparce's derpy, round look and permanent sleepy smile. I'm glad its real evolution kept the goofiness rather than turning it into some majestic fake dragon. The Dunsparce trait, it stayed true to what made Dunsparce great, and I respect that. Gligar is going in the A tier. You have $34? Substantial information. So yeah, Gligar, a scorpion bat gargoyle that makes no sense type-wise. I still don't understand why it's ground and flying, but it's awesome anyway. The aggressive design, the fun lore, and overall vibe make Gligar stand out as one of Gen 2's most interesting critters. Even the typing weirdness can bring it down. Steelix, I'm gonna put it in the B tier. Yeah, a natural evolution from Onix that's cool in concept. You know, an iron snake hardened over 100 years, apparently, to the Pokedex. I appreciate the lore more than the design, which feels like a downgrade from the sleeker Onix. But still, the idea of a steel serpent is rad enough to hold it up. You have your training for work tomorrow, but you don't want it, bro. That sucks, bro. That sucks. Not the training. Mega Steelix, F tier. Yeah, I hate how over-designed this thing is. The weird chin horns, the rainbow crystal clusters, the floating shrapnel. It's a cluttered mess. I think the only point in its favor is the rotating rock thing. Otherwise, it's my least favorite Mega evolution. You just want to be a bum and goon to look. Okay. As soon as I saw Goon, I was like, alright. Snubbull is going to... Snubbull and Granbull are D tier. They're unique, sure, but they're just not my style. I don't find their designs very memorable or appealing, especially for dog Pokemon. One of the more forgettable families in Gen 2 for me. Quillfish is going into D tier as well. A porcupine fish that somehow ends up being super forgettable. Its design, lore, and move pool are just too bland to make a lasting impact. Wasted opportunity for something cooler. Hisuian Quillfish, however, B tier. It doesn't do much differently from the original, but the darker color palette and angry face give it way more personality. The little lowercase q tail detail is a neat Easter egg, and it finally gives Quillfish some edge, you know? Scyther is going in the A tier. Who said that? Okay, while Scyther isn't... You know what? I'm also gonna put Mega Scizor in the A tier too, while I'm at it, so I don't forget. But yeah, while Scyther doesn't immediately read as an evolution of Scyther, or Scizor, Jesus Christ. While Scizor doesn't immediately read as an evolution as of Scyther, aside from the bipedal stance and the vaguely similar body shapes, it still holds its own as a sleek, powerful design. In fact, fun fact, I didn't even realize the evolutionary connection between Scizor and Scyther at first, which says a lot about how divergent it is. That said, Scizor, I keep saying Scyther. Scizor is undeniably cool, even if it's not the Mantis Dino evolution I might have hoped for. Mega Scizor also lands in the A tier. It might be the least interesting visually out of its evolutionary line, but it still maintains a clean and solid design. Shuckle. Shuckle's gonna go into B tier. I appreciate the sheer weirdness of Shuckle, from its bizarre lore to its gimmicky gameplay role. Shuckle is a little enigma that I'm happy to leave unexplained, you know? Its goofy design hides an infamously frustrating tank, and I love it for being such an oddball. And as the memes go, I love to quote the legendary memes, don't fuckle with Shuckle. Yeah, exactly, Ghost. Fuckle the Shuckle. Let's see. Heracross is A tier. Yeah. Heracross has always stood out to me. Yeah, Heracross has always stood out to me thanks to its clean bug and fighting type and the spiky, well-defined silhouette. I've got nostalgia to it, especially with a Heracross that I named Beetle in my Soothing Silver anime lock run. It's a design that blends power and simplicity, and that extra layer of sentimental value helps cement its place. As for Mega Heracross, it goes into, if I can scroll down, it goes into the B tier. It looks like a plausible final evolution, but the orange and yellow accents throw off what could have been a cleaner design in my opinion. Sneasel is gonna go in the S tier. I actually really love Sneasel. I've always been a big fan of this guy. It might not resemble a weasel at all. More like a sharp-toothed, like a cartoon cat, more like a sinister cartoon cat. But I love its sleek shape, the wild claws, and overall visual identity. The shiny variant especially boosts my love for it, with its bold pink and gold palette. As for Hisuian Sneasel, I'm gonna put you in the A tier. Just from, it keeps most of what makes Sneasel cool while tweaking just enough to feel fresh. I'm not fully sold on the fighting and poison typing, but I love the official art pose and the smug expression. Teddiursa and Ursaring are C tier. Yeah, they used to be favorites, but they've got demoted. These two just fulfill the cute quota, at least on Teddiursa's end, but there's not a whole lot beyond that. Teddiursa has a nice little crescent moon motif, but nothing's really done with it, you know? Ursaring doesn't fare much better with a simple ring on its stomach and little else. I wish there was more creativity here, especially with Cartoon Bears having so much potential, but at least they did something with them with Ursaluna in Gen 8, so, they'll get a pass. Slugma and Macargo, B tier. B tier. Love these guys. Slugma is gloriously weird, from its flaming horns, its goopy mustache, and its unsettlingly drippy body. Magcargo, meanwhile, cleverly reflects its evolution lore. Its shell is hardened magma. The flaming horns are unfortunately gone. It looks calmer than its pre-evolution, I will say. I love the visual details, like the cracks in its shell and the flame bursts or fire bursts, whatever. It's a shame that the typing and stats make them basically unusable in battle. But shiny Slugma is also one of my favorites. Silver and molten, you know, even if the pink shiny Magcargo loses that shine. Swinub, I'm gonna put in the C tier. And Piloswine too, yeah. I don't really have much to say about them, but I like them. Simple, neat, and I enjoy the quirky flavor of Piloswine's blind charging described in the Pokedex. It's not much, but it's enough to keep them out of the lower tiers. Corsola, I'm gonna put in the B tier. While Galarian Corsola, I'm gonna put in the S tier. Oh, I'm not doing Uber. I'm not doing Uber tonight. I'm enjoying my Labor Day. But yeah, I've always had a soft spot for Corsola. Its pink coral body, the gentle aesthetic, and wobbling animation make it a quiet favorite. It's cute and conceptually solid, even if it's not that strong in battle. But Galarian Corsola? Easily one of my S tiers, man. The ghostly design, the sad expression, the symbolic story turn it from a pleasant critter into something haunting and memorable. I love the idea that Corsola's regional variants tell a larger narrative, and the ghostly bleached look hits hard as well. Yeah. Honestly, if it gets to the point where it's like really late, like I might cut this. I might just save the page and then cut this in half, like cut this stream in half so we can have like maybe like a part 2 maybe. Yeah. If it does get to that point, which it looks like it will, cuz I mean, Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Why are there this many Pokemon? Why did I do this? Why did I do this? Anyway, Octillery, the Remoraid and Octillery, C tier. Yeah. I respect the gun to cannon concept. Yeah, on paper, but the execution didn't land for me, you know. Their designs feel wildly disconnected. Remoraid is sharp and aquatic, while Octillery is cartoonishly squishy. I think the concept would have been clearer with mechanical features or a different type pairing, like maybe water and steel, or like what Emerald Sea Glass did, where they made Octillery water and fire. I don't know, just like a different typing would have worked. They don't offend me, but they also don't excite me. Delibird is going in the C tier. Delibird is a funny one. I first saw it as a serious threat in the Adventures manga, which made it feel way cooler than its in-game counterpart, and boy was I disappointed when I found out this thing actually sucked competitive-wise. And I will admit, it took me embarrassingly long to realize it was meant to be a Santa Claus bird, which now makes its design more charming. It's not a standout, but it's just got enough personality and quirk to earn a pass. Mantine, B tier. I love manta rays, and Mantine's happy, cartoonish take on one totally works for me. The flying typing is a clever exaggeration. of real manta ray behavior, and the depiction of Mantine in the manga flying with... Hold up, I gotta like... Or no. Golds. Hold on. It was like a really cool... Yeah, this in the... Yeah, this image was freaking awesome. That when I first got to this part, freaking Tebow. Yeah, this scene in the manga where it was supposed to kind of... Oh, I just realized he's using like the little Remoraid's as little like jet engines to like go faster. That's pretty cool. But yeah, absolute gold. It's a pleasant, underrated sea Pokemon that I wouldn't mind seeing get more love, maybe even a poison type Stingray regional variant someday. Pokemon X for Pokemon Fortnite confirmed. Who knows? Pokemon's very stingy with their IP. Skarmory A tier. Yeah, Skarmory I'll put in the A tier. It's a metal bird with bladed wings. What's not to love? This thing was Corviknight before Corviknight was cool. And the added lore of its... I always thought this thing was cool, and the added lore of its shedding feathers that people later use as swords makes it even better. It's sleek, it's dangerous, and it's one of Gen 2's standout designs for me. Houndour and Houndoom are going in the S tier. Yeah. The base forms are absolutely some of my favorites. Badass evil dogs with sleek designs, but Mega Houndoom, a bit of a letdown. I like the idea of expanding Houndoom's demonic motifs, but the final result doesn't quite go far for me. The lore that, yeah, the lore about it melting from its own power is a darkly interesting twist, but design-wise, I just prefer regular Houndoom. So yeah, Mega Houndoom, probably gonna go into C tier. Yeah, I don't like it as much as my boy here. Kingdra, A tier. Kingdra just stands out to me as one of the cooler and more well-earned dragon types. It's not arbitrary, it makes sense as a final evolution of Seadra, and it was a real challenge back in the day. You know, I have fond memories of it being the ace of powerful gym leaders like Claire in Heart Gold and Soul Silver and Juan in Pokemon Emerald, and I appreciate its unique spot in Gen 2's lineup. Fanpy and Donphan, B tier. I just love how unconventional these designs are for elephant-based Pokemon. They're not just elephants, but Pokemon. They're distinct and creative, you know? I feel they deserve way more love, and I'm glad they were introduced early on as Gen 2's first elephant duo. Porygon 2 is going in the A tier. I really like the clean, smoothed out evolution of Porygon. The naming, the animation, the whole artificial evolution concept just feel right for me. Porygon 2 is just one of those evolutions that really matches the theme of its predecessor while still standing on its own. Stantler, another F tier Pokemon. Poor Stantler. To me, it's just a boring, normal type deer with a clunky design. I find its lore interesting in theory, but feel like it doesn't translate well into the visuals or gameplay. Compared to other psychic fish Pokemon, or psychic-ish is what I meant to say. Compared to psychic-ish Pokemon like Girafarig, Stantler just comes off as a half-baked and unmemorable design to me. I'm very glad Weirdeer exists now to redeem it. Smeargle, you're going into C tier. Yeah, you're going into C tier. I respect the creativity behind Smeargle's concept and its unique sketch mechanic, but I'm not in love with the design. It's a neat idea, but ultimately not a standout for me. Still, I give it credit for being one of Gen 2's more original ideas. Tyrogue. Yeah. The concept behind Tyrogue's evolution is pretty neat on paper. It changes form, well, it evolves depending on its training and stats, but in practice, it's irritating to pull off and not very satisfying. Its design doesn't resemble any of the Hitmons beyond being vaguely humanoid, and it's not even particularly cute. Overall, it's scrappy, but not in a lovable way. One of the worst baby Pokemon introduced in Johto. Hitmontop is weird. As a standalone Pokemon, it's fine, but trying to shoehorn it into the Hitmon family makes the whole thing feel off. While Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan are tied to martial arts and iconic fighters, Hitmontop is just a spinning toy, you know? Its design just doesn't mesh with the others, and it really shouldn't have been grouped with them at all. D tier. Smoochum is going in the F tier. Smoochum is better than Jinx in that it ditches the weird racial undertones, and it's a perfectly serviceable humanoid baby Pokemon. Still, it's not very interesting or appealing, and I'm not really missing anything if I never think about it again. Just kind of there. Elekid is going into B tier. Yeah, Elekid is going into B tier. This is B, there. Elekid is one of the few baby Pokemon that feels truly successful. It looks mechanical, toy-like, and still clearly fits as a pre-evolution to Electabuzz. The electrical plug horns are a brilliant touch, and the design overall is one of the more distinct and fun ones among baby Pokemon. Magby is going into D tier. It's just weird. The pale red color feels off, that lumpy head looks like it's been in an accident, and it loses the appeal of Magmar's chaotic paint scheme, you know? And it just doesn't have much personality to make up for it. Not terrible, but definitely not one of the better babies. Miltank I'm gonna put in the C tier. Design-wise, Miltank is a little awkward, especially when you start thinking too hard about the udders. But it plays its role as a milk-giving bovine, you know? It's mostly remembered for traumatizing people in Whitney's gym battle, and while it's not a favorite, it holds a decent legacy. Blissey, D tier. Blissey feels over-designed compared to Chansey. The cluttered elements make it lose the clean charm its predecessor had. Add in some annoying competitive experiences, and it's just not a design I want to deal with. It's not horrible, but it definitely doesn't win any points either. You cannot wait to see me get to the later segments of Amori. Yeah, I can't wait to play more. Raikou is going into B tier. Raikou is a solid saber-toothed thunder beast. The Stormcloud main and the lightning bolt features are visually clever, but overall, it's just a cool tiger Pokemon. It does its job well without going overboard, though it doesn't push any personal favorites buttons. Entei is gonna go in the C tier. Entei tries to look regal, and it somewhat pulls that off, but there's just too much going on. The excess design elements could have used some trimming. It's not a bad legendary, but it's definitely the least exciting of the three beasts. Suicune is gonna go in the B tier along with Raikou. Suicune nails the graceful, minimalist legendary look, the icy motif, the elegant mane, the dual streamer tails make it memorable, and especially paired with its role in Pokemon Crystal, it's not even an ice type. That's the crazy thing. It's not even an ice type, oddly enough, but the design and lore come together beautifully. Like, I always found it weird how it's associated with ice, but it's not an ice type. The Larvitar line, they're all S tier. The fact that I have to climb all the way up here now is insane. But yeah. You guys are all gonna go to the S tier. I think I may stop once we finish Gen 4. I think that's a good stopping point. Because then we'll technically be halfway through the generations. So yeah. But yeah. They're an amazing... This is an amazing pseudo-legendary line. Larvitar has that edgy yet cute vibe with its scar-like markings and the red belly. Pupitar's chrysalis form is unique for a reptilian and just looks awesome, especially with its ominous, hollow design. Tyranitar is straight up kaiju goodness. Powerful silhouette, cool color scheme, and just an intimidating force. Mega Tyranitar is a bit over-designed, but still fitting as a monstrous evolution. Altogether, fantastic trio. Lugia, B tier. Yeah, Lugia is weird, but in a good way. It feels like a mix between a bird and a whale, and that gives it a really interesting vibe. Its flipper wings are odd but cool, and the fact that it can be intimidating or peaceful makes it a versatile legendary. Not over-designed, not boring, just solid. Ho-Oh has always been my least favorite of the two, but I don't hate it. It's a C tier Pokemon though. It's a classic Phoenix design with a unique spin, but ultimately it's a bit too normal compared to some of the more creative legendaries. It still looks good, and it definitely holds an important place as the first legendary shown in the anime, but doesn't spark as much excitement for me. And finally, capping off Gen 2 is Celebi, who I am going to put in the A tier. Yeah, Celebi is one of the best mythicals. Peaceful, nature-loving, and timeless without being overpowered or edgy. The Onion Fairy design is super charming, and the lore of time travel and forest protection feels gentle but still legendary. Great example of subtle storytelling and design. Alright, I'm gonna be right back again because my nephew needs something to eat apparently. So, luckily McDonald's is literally like right around the corner for me. It's like a 2-minute drive. So, hopefully if the line isn't super long, this shouldn't take more. This really should not take more than like 10 minutes. So right now it's 8:05. So hopefully I'll be back by like 8:15 for me. So I will be right back once again, and then we will kick off Gen 3, because I know, Ghost, you are dying to see where Shedinja places. So yeah, I'll be right back. Whoops. Okay, we're back again. Alright, Gen 3. Yeah, we're gonna go over Gen 3. So, starting off with the Trico line. Yeah, I'm gonna put them in A tier. Yeah. Don't leave us for the milk, DeAndre, please. Sometimes you just gotta abandon children, you know? Yeah, I'm gonna put them into A tier. Yeah, while Sceptile's line doesn't quite hit my top favorites. Well, no, that's a lie. They are in my top favorites, but like, you know what I mean? Like, they're not my favorite starter of this generation. I still think they're really cool designs with solid creature appeal and a sharp, you know, agile aesthetic. And Sceptile especially stands out for its sleek lizard-like presence and signature leaf blades that give it that sharp grass-type vibe. You have about 50 Chinese children you've never met. What was you doing in China, bro? Bro was slanging in China, bro. Mega Sceptile, S tier. I love how it takes the already cool Sceptile design and makes it even more badass. The dragon typing is a fantastic addition, and the leafy tail turned missile launcher is just kind of is just the kind of over the top edge that works for me. Oh wait, this is A tier. Whoops. S tier. Here we go. It's a rare mega that elevates the original in all the right ways. You were slanging that little boing doing. Oh my god. Torchic lands in the A tier. Yeah. Yeah. It's a cute, effective fire type starter that I've always had a soft spot for. While small, its simple, round shape and determined little eyes make it appealing, and it lays the groundwork for one of Gen 3's most iconic starter lines, you know? Combuskin, on the other hand, falls to the D tier. Yeah, I don't hate it, but I've always felt it was the awkward middle child of the line. Its design is gangly and kinda goofy, lacking the finesse or intimidation factor of what came before or after. Blaziken, though, scores a B tier. Yeah, it's definitely a strong design, especially in concept, a fiery martial arts chicken, but it doesn't quite hit all the highs for me. I like it, but I'm not head over heels for it. Mega Blaziken, however, it's gonna stay in the B tier. I don't know why I said however, but yeah, Mega Blaziken, I like it just as much as the original. It's a fine Mega Evolution that leans into the edgy, fiery look, but it doesn't drastically change my opinion of the line overall. It's cool, but not essential. The entire Mudkip line, Mudkip, Marshtomp, and Swampert. Wish you could like mass select them. They're gonna go in the no. Not A, S tier. You're all S tier. Wait, can I grab multiple of y'all? No, I can't. Alright, so we're gonna put these guys in the S tier. Easily my favorite Hoenn starter line. Mudkip's adorable and meme-worthy. Swampert's a tanky powerhouse, and the whole evolutionary journey just feels well thought out. Satisfying and strong both in design and gameplay. Mega Swampert is going in the A tier. Whoa, what the? How'd you go over here? I'll just put you right here. But yeah, Swampert's gonna go in the A tier. Mega Swampert, I mean. While it doesn't top the base form for me, I still really enjoy its over-the-top bodybuilder-like bulk. It's goofy in a lovable way, and makes Swampert feel even more like a monster. Poochyena and Mightyena, I think B. Yeah, I'd say B. They're solid early route Pokemon with a cool hyena aesthetic. They're not groundbreaking, but they have enough edge and creature-like appeal to earn a favorable spot in my rankings. Linoon, Zigzagoon and Linoon, C tier. Yeah. They're perfectly serviceable early game rodents, but a bit too basic to leave a lasting impression on me. They're fine, but just that. Fine. Galarian, Zigzagoon, and Linoon, B tier. I really dig the edgy punk rock aesthetic of the Galarian forms. They're a breath of fresh air that made these Pokemon feel more distinct and fun. Wormhole. Honestly, the entire line are A tier for me. Yeah, the entire line are A tier for me. I just need to make sure I'm correctly putting them in the correct tier. Due to how big this list is, they're gonna be all over the place. And there's gonna be a lot of mistakes for sure. But yeah, I appreciate their solid representation of the bug Pokemon archetype. I enjoy the branching evolution gimmick and find both Beautifly and Dustox to be charming in their own right, with Dustox in particular standing out for its more unique, eerie vibe. Lotad earns an A tier spot. Yeah. It's got that simple but charming blend of lily pad and duck that really appeals to me. I just enjoy its goofy little energy and think it's one of the better designed early water types of the Hoenn decks. Lombre is going into D tier. Yeah. I find its design awkward, and it's the low point. It's the low point of the Lotad line for me. The humanoid proportions and weird sombrero-like head don't really vibe with my taste. Ludicolo, however, bounces back to B tier. Yeah. It's undeniably weird, but I respect how full send the design is. Its energetic, dancing duck pineapple mariachi fusion is bizarre, but works in its own way, its own strange way, earning it a decent spot in my rankings. Seedot scores an A tier. Yeah, I love its simplicity and that it looks like a cute acorn with just enough personality to be memorable. It's a great early route grass type with tons of design potential. Nuzleaf and Shiftry are going in the C tier. Though, honestly, you know what? They're going to be borderline B tier. They're C tier, borderline B tier. Just like Hisuian, Growlithe, and Arcanine. While I don't dislike them, they don't hit as hard design-wise as Seedot. I like their yokai roots and mysterious tone, but something holds them back just slightly in execution. Who's next? Halo and Swellow. I'm gonna place them in the C tier. I find them to be passable early game birds. They're not bad, but they don't leave a lasting impression. Swallow is sleek, but a bit too generic to stand out much in a crowded roster of bird Pokemon. Wingull and Pelipper are gonna go into B tier. Yeah, there you are. Yeah, Wingull's a fun, weird little seabird, and Pelipper has that goofy pelican charm. I appreciate that. I appreciate the creativity their designs, even if they're not powerhouses. The Ralts line, come on, y'all. Y'all know me. They're S tier. S tier for sure. And in Gardevoir. Yeah. I absolutely love their ethereal psychic fairy aesthetic. The line's sense of elegance, mystery, and emotional depth really speaks to me, and Gardevoir in particular is a standout favorite. Mega Gardevoir, though, it's gonna sit in the B tier. Yeah, it's gonna sit in the B tier, Gardomami. Of course. But yeah, it's not a bad design by any means, but it just doesn't quite elevate Gardevoir in a way that resonates with me. I like it, but don't love it. Surskit and Masquerain both earn a B tier spot. Yeah. I appreciate Surskit for its unique typing and Masquerain's eerie eye antenna pattern design. They're underappreciated, but have a cool, nice vibe that appeals to me. Shroomish and Breloom, they're gonna go into A tier. Using them in Sea Glass Emerald or Emerald Sea Glass, which I think it's Emerald Sea Glass. Yeah, using them in Emerald Sea Glass was pretty. I think that really helped them land in the A tier. If not for that, they would have ended up in the B tier for sure. But Shroomish, grumpy little mushroom gremlin, and Breloom is a surprisingly badass fungal kangaroo boxer. The whole line is quirky and cool in a way that stands out among grass types. The Slack Off line... Whoa. C tier. Yeah, they're all C tier for me. Yeah, I get the gimmick and respect it, but I'm not in love with the designs. They're a little too goofy and inconsistent to really climb higher in my ranks. The entire Nincada line are going in the S tier. Yeah. They're gonna go in the S tier. Absolutely adore this line for its unique evolution mechanics, the eerie ghost bug flavor for Shedinja, and how much thought was put into tying gameplay with the lore. And Shedinja alone is one of the most creative evolutions in this franchise, so definitely S tier. Whismur, and I guess its evolutions too. Never really cared for them all that much. C tier. This is what we've been waiting for. Yeah, C tier. I find them serviceable, and Exploud's sound-based design being the most interesting. They're not bad, but they don't quite hit my personal taste. Makuhita, you're C tier. Hariyama, hard F. Hard F. I find Hariyama's design especially unappealing, bulky in all the wrong ways, and not something I enjoy looking at or using. Azurill, you're gonna land in the C tier. It's a cute baby form of Meryl, and while I don't hate it, I don't think it adds a ton either. It's just there. Nosepass is also a C tier Pokemon. Yeah. It's a weird looking rock head. Yeah, it's a weird looking rock head with a compass gimmick. I don't mind it, but it's one of those oddities that never really evolved into something I fully loved. Man, you can already tell you're gonna tear up again when you get to the final of Omori. Yeah, I definitely cannot wait to get into more of it. Okay. Skitty and Delcatty. C tier. C tier. They're fine as normal type cats, but don't have a strong identity beyond their cuteness. Delcatty especially feels like a missed opportunity to do something more unique. I'm gonna love it. Yeah, I'm already liking it more, so I'm already liking it so far. Like the first 2 hours, the first 2 hours and 30 minutes of the game already impressed me enough, so you know, I can already tell I'm gonna love it. You will say that the finale is more story focused than gameplay focused, but it is so worth it. Oh, that's interesting. I do like me some story focused stuff, so I've kind of been branching more into like the story focused type stuff anyway, so that actually does appeal to me. Sableye? Oh, Sableye is S tier. Come on. Sableye is S tier. If you guys couldn't tell, I love ghost types. I think ghost... Do I like ghost types more than I like electric types? I don't have a single... Oh, wait. Alolan Raichu. I was about to say, I don't have a single electric type in S tier. That's kind of crazy. For something that's supposedly my favorite type. But ghost types just don't have any misses for me. Even Miss Drevis. Like, Miss Drevis is just alright, but I don't straight up, like, dislike it. You know? But yeah, Sableye is one of my absolute favorite designs from Hoenn. I love its quirky shadow goblin vibe, especially how it twitches unnaturally in the 3D games, giving it a cheeky, unsettling charm. The gem eyes, the pointed ears, and the cave-dwelling mystique give it a strong personality. I also appreciate its competitive utility with the prankster ability, which suits its mischievous nature. It's a design that feels both bizarre and perfectly fitting. Mega Sableye, also S tier. I adore Mega Sableye for being a smart, understated evolution. Instead of overcomplicating things, it takes what's great about the original and makes it funnier, hiding behind a giant jewel shield with red eyes and little gold teeth for extra flair. I appreciate its simplicity and the clever twist, and especially compared to more extravagant megas. Like, the core gameplay is still there, but at that point it's all about thematics and story rather than big brain strategies and cool battles. Not to say the final battle isn't cool, it's the best finale in gaming in your opinion. Well, I'll definitely have to see for myself. Yeah, if there's one critique I had about Sea of Stars, like, it's a great game, but the finale was getting really annoying, man. The finale was kind of annoying, but other than that, great game overall. It's like a good, like, 8, 9 out of 10 for me. But yeah, I'm definitely excited to get more into the boss battles and stuff like that for Omori. More of the story for sure, because the story is actually interesting so far. Moving on to Mawile, I'm gonna put it in the A tier. Yeah. I think Mawile is a cool and creative design. And you know, it has a solid concept of deceptive cuteness hiding a vicious jaw. Uh Even without knowing its yokai inspiration, I find it a well executed duality of charm and danger. While I prefer Sableye overall, Mawile still earns its place in the A tier for its unique silhouette and flair. Mega Mawile, S tier. Yeah, it's a standout. The twin jaws, yeah, the twin mouths, the refined body design, the integration of pink accents into both the limbs, and the fairy typing all elevated. Well, I know Mawile's a fairy type in general, but you know what I mean. Like, you know, it all elevates it for me. It's one of my favorite megas, and I even wish it had been a permanent evolution. You know, it builds perfectly on the original without losing what made Mawile compelling. It's so good. Yeah, I trust it. I trust your word on it. Alright, next up is the Aeron line, who are all gonna go in the A tier. Yeah, they're all gonna go in the A tier. I've always been fond of this line. Aeron is a strange little metal creature with ecological lore I appreciate, and Lairon builds on it well with a Ceratopsian twist that avoids clutter thanks to smart color use. Aggron is the highlight, a kaiju-like steel dinosaur that, unlike Tyranitar, acts as a guardian of nature. I especially love that contradiction of appearance versus behavior. Aggron, C tier. While still cool, Mega Aggron doesn't hit the same for me. I find it a bit too cluttered and lacking the same charm as regular Aggron. Its head shape and proportions feel off, and I'm not drawn to its design emotionally, even though I recognize that it's definitely well executed. There may be a segment before the finale where I'm confused of what's going on, so you're just letting me know that beforehand. It's taking you effort not to dive into the story and explain everything because it's so good. Gotcha. Yeah, this is like like I definitely do want to like experience that story for sure. Oh, Metatite and Metacham? Oh, F tier instantly. F tier instantly. I dislike Metacham. I dislike Mega Meta, you know, we'll get to Mega Metacham when we get there, but I'm not a fan of these humanoid designs at all. Metatite barely feels like a Pokemon to me, you know, and its generic meditation pose loses meaning when 3D models make it stand. Metacham's proportions, facial features, and vague cultural inspirations leave me uncomfortable and detached. I don't know, these two These two land firmly in F tier due to both design and thematic disconnect. Mega Metacham, trash tier. I dislike Mega Metacham even more. Its turban, floating cloth arms, and awkward color balance feel clunky and weirdly artificial. I'm unsure if it crosses into caricature territory, which only adds to my discomfort. Which, there's just nothing there's just nothing about this design that appeals to me, visually or conceptually. Whatever I do, do not look up gameplay of Amori beforehand, because you'll have the story spoiled. Gotcha. Well, I usually don't do that anyway. Yeah, I usually don't do that anyway, so I'm good on that. Don't be you when you were first playing it. Electric and Manetric, I'm gonna put them in the C tier. Yeah, C tier. I find this electric dog duo pretty average. Electric's design is awkward, especially with its long skull and odd... I don't know if that's supposed to be just spiked up hair, or if that's just how long its skull is, but it looks awkward. And also the odd leg fur too, on the back leg fur. Manetric fares a bit better, thanks to personal nostalgia and my fondness for its colors and Thundercloud lore, but the hair spike, pyramid, and mismatched leg coloring hold it back. They're not awful, but they're far from favorites. Mega Manetric, I'm gonna have to put you in the F tier. This one I actively dislike. It looks like a disorganized lightning bolt costume with plastic-looking fur and a clunky, chaotic silhouette. Its 3D model only worsens the impression, making it look like a cheap stage prop. I acknowledge it has fans, but for me, it's one of the worst looking Mega Evolutions out there. You're tearing up and you're just doing some side thing from the main story. Plusle and Minun. Oh, lordy, lordy, lord. These guys are D tier, bordering on F. Yeah, Plusle and Minun are blatant Pikachu knockoffs without any of the charm or impact of their rodent predecessor had. Their entire concept revolves around electric polarity, but that never translates into anything meaningful in the games or anime. Instead, they end up as annoying cheerleaders with electric pom-poms and unimpressive stats and abilities. Visually, they're uninspired, bloated rabbit ears, generic round bodies, and nothing to really set them apart aside from color swaps. And compared to other regional early Pokemon, they bring nothing new to the table. At best, they're harmless fluff. At worst, they're transparent attempts at Pikachu-themed merchandise. So yeah. Volbeat and Illumise. Oh, as much as I love bug types, these guys are F tiers. These guys are definitely F tiers. You could just be a pussy though. Who knows? Who knows? It takes a long time to it's very hard to emotionally get to me in most media, but who knows? Who knows? There have been a few exceptions, of course, so we'll just have to wait and see, you know? But yeah, Volbeat and Illumise, they're gonna go into F tier. Despite the fairy-like aesthetic, Volbeat and Illumise don't even get a secondary fairy typing, and that says a lot. These humanoid fireflies feel more like filler than fully realized concepts. The gender gimmick is their only defining trait, and even that falls flat due to the lack of anything substantial backing it up. Their designs are clunky, lacking charm or visual punch, and they're almost always forgotten among Hoenn's diverse bug types. When even a bug lover like me forgets a bug type Pokemon, something's wrong. There's just nothing about them that elevates them beyond background noise, you know? Roselia, B tier. Yeah. Roselia may not be the flashiest grass type, but it's got elegance and presence with a simple concept, you know, flowers for hands. It leans into a support or contest niche rather than battling, with aromatherapy lore that adds some personality. The shiny version, swapping red and blue for purple and black, is a stylish touch. What else can I say? While it doesn't stand out dramatically among Hoenn Pokemon, it has a calm, graceful appeal, and would later gain more relevance in Sinnoh. Yeah, Roselia is the definition of neat. Not jaw-dropping, but certainly likable. Gulpin and Swala are gonna go into B tier. Yeah, I like this duo. This duo of stretchy, stomach acid slinging blobs. They took a while to grow on me, but now they've found a soft spot. Gulpin is deceptively cute, with a minimalist design that makes it stand out among more complicated Pokemon. Swala builds its own quirks like toxic sweat and a disturbingly wide maw. Hold up. I just need to see it one time, bro. Swallow mouth. Swallow mouth open. I really hope I don't see any weird shit. Bro. Oh, I actually have this card. Yo. Okay, bro. The funny thing is, this is actually possible. Oh my gosh, bro. Look at him. Oh my goodness. Why are you a grass type? Whatever. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, that mouth, bro. Alright. I got sidetracked. Gulpin should go in A tier because it's funny. I wouldn't really call Gulpin a favorite for me, though. Like, it's not a favorite. Yeah. But, there's something enjoyably gross and unique about these two. A kind of unappreciated creativity that shines through when I stop and actually think about them. They're not top tier, but they're quietly charming weirdos. Carvanha and Sharpedo. A tier. Yeah. A tier. Yeah, these two aquatic terrors deliver both style and edge. Carvanha is a fierce little piranha that serves as a strong mascot for Team Aqua's aggressiveness. Sharpedo, while only half a shark, makes that count, with a torpedo-inspired design that combines brutality and speed. The yellow tattoo star thing, the helmet face, the jet ski surfing in later games, it all adds to the charm. And despite missing a tail, it feels complete and iconic. It's a worthy predator with personality to spare. Mega Sharpedo. While cool in silhouette with its Saw Blade Snow, I'm gonna put it into B tier for being just a bit too cluttered and over-designed with the scar overload and the weird yellow goatee that it has. It's just unnecessary. Honestly, if it lost a bit of the yellow scars and especially the goatee, then it would have been then it probably would have been A tier. Whalmer and Whalelord. B. Yeah, definitely B. Whalmer is a cheerful little water balloon whale that radiates positivity, while Whalelord brings the scale, at least in theory. Their designs are simple but pleasant, and the sheer size makes them stand out, especially in the manga and anime where their scale is allowed to shine. While the games don't capitalize enough on Whalelord's enormous proportions, it's still a fun concept. Giant... I swear I saw something just like fly. I hope there's not a bug in here. But, yeah. Giant balloon... It's a fun concept. Giant balloon whales that make aquatic routes feel more alive. They're not game changers, but they hold a special spot as lovable water giants. Nummel and Camerupt, they're alright. They're alright. I don't hate them at all. They're gonna go in the C tier. Nummel's dopey and kinda charming in its own right, but feels visually cluttered with unnecessary details like the green patches on its hump and the weird tuft of fur on its head. Camerupt fares a little better. It keeps the dopey expression but looks more powerful and threatening, you know, fitting for a volcano camel. The blue rings on its side remain a confusing design choice, and while it's serviceable, it lacks the wow factor. Yeah. Mega Camerupt, on the other hand... Actually, no. I like Mega Camerupt a little better. Yeah, it's gonna climb to the B tier thanks to its mountainous fur, the single giant volcano, and the cooled magma rock detailing. It's a strong design visually, even if the camel Super Saiyan hair and the random M on its forehead feel a bit much. Torkoal, B tier. Yeah, Torkoal's a fantastic concept that works incredibly well. A living furnace tortoise with glowing shell pores and smoke piping from its back and nostrils. It's a simple but effective design that feels grounded and unique. Unfortunately, it's held back by the lack of an evolution, a secondary typing, or really a strong competitive presence. Still, its anime appearances made it memorable, giving it a personality that players might not have noticed otherwise. It's a solid design that deserved more love, honestly. I don't know. What am I gonna put Spoink? Like, Spoink's delightfully odd. It's a psychic little piggy that bounces to stay alive. The pearl on its head and its constant springing give it a... It gives it a distinct personality. And weirdly tragic charm. It's creative and cute in that uniquely Pokemon way, so I'm gonna put it in the B tier. But Grumpig, yeah. It throws all of that away, replacing Spoink's cute weirdness with a bloated humanoid pig that barely keeps the concept going at all. Like, what was the point? You know, the dancing psychic lore is nice, yeah, but the execution is forgettable. It's the kind of Pokemon that makes you wonder how it went from such an imaginative base to such a dull final form, you know? Spinda! C tier. Yeah, Spinda's a weird one, and that's kind of its whole deal. It's perpetually confused both in lore and appearance, with its swirly eyes and stumbling gait. While its stats and abilities leave it basically unusable, the random dot patterns are a genuinely cool gimmick. Yeah, genuinely cool gimmick that sets it apart, even if that alone isn't enough to make it a standout. Its potential as a niche gimmickmon is there, but untapped. At best, it's a quirky oddball that lives in its own dizzy little world. The Trapinch line? S tier. I was debating if they all go into S tier, but yeah, they all go into S tier. Vibrava's pretty cool, actually, now that I'm looking at it. Like, Flygon was always a favorite, too. Maybe not enough to be in my top 100, but definitely a favorite. Yeah, this evolution, it's an evolution line that goes hard. Trapinch is already great with a buggy yet boxy body, huge jaws, and star-shaped eyes. Vibrava's transition to a dragonfly fits both thematically and name-wise too. Sand Dragon is actually a real-world nickname for dragonflies in some parts of the world. Then there's Flygon, one of my absolute favorites, with its goggle bug eyes, antenna, the diamond-shaped wings, the Desert Wanderer vibes. It nails the insect dragon concept. Honestly, it deserves to be dragon, ground, and flying if there ever were a case for the triple typing, but from design to lore to personal nostalgia, from the Jirachi Wishmaker movie, this line is gold. The Cacnea line, S tier as well. Maybe I just like desert dwelling monsters too. But yeah, they're S tier. I like these guys. Cacnea is already a fun, spiky pumpkin guy, but Cacturne takes it to a whole new level, you know? Combining cactus and scarecrow motifs, Cacturne is creepy in all the right ways. Its Pokedex lore, stalking travelers by night is pure nightmare fuel, and that T-pose silhouette is iconic. What else? The straw hat, the button details. They add just enough visual cues to make it more than just a cactus man. It's honestly criminal how underutilized this thing is, you know? Because conceptually and design-wise, it's brilliant. The only downside is wishing it leaned just a bit more into that spikiness, but still it easily ranks among my Hoenn favorites. Swablu and Altaria, they're both A tier. That's B. Yeah, they're both A tier. Yeah, Swablu is an absolute delight. It might not fit my usual preference for creepy or edgy Pokemon, but there's just something about this little cotton bird, this little cloud cotton bird, that charms the hell out of me, you know? Its cloud-like wings, the soft round body, and the wholesome demeanor makes it stand out from the typical early birds. The imagery of it perching on its trainer's head like a fluffy little hat, top tier cuteness. Swablu carves out a unique spot by just being odd and charming enough to feel fresh compared to your standard Pidgeys and Talos. Altaria is what happens when that soft fluff ball Swablu grows up into a majestic dragon-type cloud bird, and yes, I still love that it's a dragon. But I love that I can just point to this thing and tell people, yeah, this thing is a dragon. That typing always threw me in the best way, continuing the trend started by Kingdra of dragons being weird and unexpected. You know, it's still adorable, still elegant, and the way it bonds with trainers by trying to smother them with its massive wings just makes it even better. I've used Altaria in Hoenn runs and always appreciated how it balances grace and oddball charm. Also, the shiny form turning yellow, bonus points, so yeah. Mega Altaria I'm gonna put in the B tier. It embraces the inner fluff beast and also gains a fairy typing and becomes this massive puffball of cotton glory. I like it though. I think the washed out color and pirate hat that it has. Hold on. Let me like pull up a bigger picture so you guys know what I'm talking about, because this thing literally has a pirate hat. Oh, here it is. Yeah, it has like a weird pirate hat, which I don't know. It's kind of slightly odd in my opinion. Like it feels like extra detail just for the sake of detail. I feel like it could have been better without it, but it's a logical extension of Altaria's design, and the dragon and fairy combo is just cool in concept alone. You know, not the flashiest mega out there, but a worthwhile evolution that fits the vibe. Zangoose, C tier. Zangoose has a great look, no doubt about it. You know, I've always liked the asymmetrical markings, whether you want to interpret them as scars or dried up survivor blood. Both are metal, but as a standalone normal type that doesn't evolve, it ultimately ends up feeling a bit hollow. It unfortunately ends up feeling, you know, it just feels lackluster, you know? The snake killer lore and poison-based ability synergy are clever touches, and it's a solid design overall, just not something that breaks into top tier for me. Seviper, B tier. Yeah, B tier. While Seviper's design can feel a little too busy with all the scars and the purple scar markings and the extra gold plating markings or whatever, its concept is undeniably badass. A venomous snake that uses a jagged tail blade to secrete poison. Like, that's cool as hell. Its battle stance in game looks awkward, like a cartoon worm. But at least its anime depictions make up for it by giving it proper snake-like movement. I also dig its rivalry with Zangoose and appreciate Seviper's unique place in the poison type lineup. Lunatone and Solrock are also going to go into B tier. Wait, where's B? No, that's C. This is B. But yeah, these two surprised me. I used to think of them as forgettable, but in hindsight, way cooler than I gave them credit for. Lunatone has that eerie, ancient vibe with the deep-set red eye and cratered body, while Solrock feels more energetic and celestial, with its jagged rock rays and warm presence. They also complement each other well without needing to evolve or be a true duo. It's a shame that Sun and Moon didn't really show them any love, but they've definitely earned my respect. Barboach and Whiscash. B tier. A lot of B tiers in Holland. Yeah, Barboach is a simple little catfish, but that's kind of its charm. Its zigzag pattern, sucker mouth, and the whiskers make it feel like a real-world fish with a cartoon twist. That sounded like I was trying to bust some rhymes off or something. Whiscash builds on that nicely with a chunkier body, and a somewhat goofy expression. The W on its forehead and the extra lip dangler things feel a tad unnecessary, but the overall concept, a bulky, mischievous catfish with earthquake powers, is pretty fun and well executed. Corphish and Crawdont, A tier. Where you at? A tier. Yeah, Corphish is peak crustacean Pokemon design. From the anime to the games, this guy just delivers big personality in a small armored package. The eyes, claws, and the body proportions all feel distinct, making it stand apart from the likes of Krabby. Its backstory as an invasive species introduced by humans is a rare touch of real-world commentary into Pokedex, which I love. Crawdont amps up the intimidation factor with a kaiju-like posture and some great monster traits, though the cluttered head design and unnecessary star marking knocking down a peg. Still a fantastic pair. Baltoy and Claydol. A tier. Yeah, A tier. Weird little psychic clay dolls with ancient alien vibes. Sign me up, man. I've always loved how bizarre and otherworldly these two felt, especially with Claydol's spinning limbs, the multiple eyes, and the unsettling rune patterns on its body. The floating hand detail is such a... It's such a neat, unexplained mechanic that screams psychic mystery. Their archaeological and ruin-based lore gives them so much flavor. And Claydol especially feels like a perfectly balanced, chaotic design that uses its that complexity for good. Alright. Lileep and Cradilly. S tier. Stop playing with your boy. Listen, I know S tier when I see S tier. Yeah, these are S tier. These two are just phenomenal. I love that they're inspired by ancient crinoids and bring that eerie, prehistoric sea creature energy into Pokemon form. Lileep's creepy glowing eyes and the bulb-like head make it a standout among fossil Pokemon, and Cradilly is both bulkier and more animalistic without losing the weirdness. The shiny forms are clever color swaps. Hold on, let me see if I can pull them up. Shiny. Oops. Yeah, they're kind of color swap, sort of. Sort of. Well, at least for Lily, it's definitely taking color inspiration from Cradilly. Oh, here we go. But yeah, Cradilly could have been a little more purple, but still kind of like a... They're kind of like color swaps. But yeah. The shiny forms, clever color swaps, and Cradilly's tricky moveset and rare typing have caused me plenty of trouble in battle. So, respect. They have nothing but respect for me. Anorith and Armaldo, A tier. Yeah. So as someone who was into paleontology as a kid, seeing a Pokemon based on an Anomalosaurus, which, or anyone who is not, who does not have paleontological knowledge, this is the thing that Anorith is based off of. Yeah, such a weirdo. Such a freaking weirdo, bro. That's what Anorith is based off of. But yeah, you know, seeing a Pokemon based on that was mind-blowing as a kid. Anorith sticks closely to the real creature while making it endearing. And I love how it looks like a sci-fi bug. You know, Armaldo, while not as unique, brings kaiju energy and a strong silhouette. I'm not huge on the angular eyes or the overly pronounced beak, but its swimming predator lore and the land dweller design make it pretty damn cool regardless. Feebas and Milotic, S tier, like I said. I know S tier when I see it. Feebas and Milotic are both S tier. They may be Magikarp and Gyarados rehash on... Yeah, they're like they're a Magikarp Gyarados rehash on paper, but they carry such a different energy that I adore them both. Feebas is hilariously ugly in just the right way, and the narrative of a scorned, ignored Pokemon blossoming into the most elegant creature in the sea is beautiful. Milotic nails its design, graceful, colorful, sleek without being over-designed, and has been one of my favorites for years. It's simple in typing, but not in presence. Cast form. I think they're all gonna go into B tier, honestly. Cast form is fine. I don't love it, I don't hate it. Yeah, I don't love them, I don't hate them. But yeah, cast form is a neat idea with mediocre execution. The normal form's H2O molecule design reads awkwardly as two unfortunate lumps, if you know what I'm getting at. But the alternate weather forms are where it shines. The rainy form, in particular, is sleek and appealing, while the snowy form feels like a mini soft-served blizzard. Sadly, bad stats and a shallow move pool hold cast form from being anything more than cute novelty. Kecleon, I'm gonna also put it into B tier. Yeah. So, it's quirky and conceptually clever. A proper chameleon Pokemon with a standout gimmick. The the red zigzag band can't turn invisible is genuinely funny and weird. Its color change ability has always been unique, but even if it isn't practical in battle. It's a bit of a shame shiny Kecleon doesn't turn purple like its anime or mystery dungeon appearances, but it's still a fun little lizard with just enough personality to stand out. The Shuppet line are all S tier, and that includes the Mega Evolution as well. I guess I do like Mega Evolution. Well, I never said I hated Mega Evolutions. They're just my least favorite gimmick. But yeah, Shuppet is a... It's a cute... Shuppet is a spooky cutie with hauntingly colorful eyes, but Bayonet is where the creep factor goes without the... It kind of goes through the roof, you know? Oh, I just realized I put you in the A tier and put you in this S tier. The idea of a thrown away toy coming back for revenge hits hard, and Bayonet's voodoo doll theming is downright sinister. Then you get Mega Bayonet, an upgrade that enhances every creepy element that by adding zippers, jagged shapes, and a truly haunting silhouette. There's some of the coolest and most effective ghost types ever made. Duskull and Dusclops, I'm gonna put in the A tier. Yeah, I'll put them in the A tier. They're pretty cool, actually. Yeah, looking at the time, I think I'm gonna end it after Gen 4, just so we're like halfway down to that way we can have all the Pokemon down the list. But yeah, Duskull is subtle, but that makes it work. Wait, see, I'm putting them all in the wrong tiers. There we go. But yeah, Duskull is subtle, but makes it work. The glowing single eye that shifts between sockets is a great touch, and it has a classic ghostly feel that makes it a staple. Spook. And then when it evolves into Dusclops, that's where things get even weirder and cooler. Its black hole body, because apparently in the Pokedex, its body has the properties of a black hole, apparently. And the emotionless stare give it an eerie yet almost comical vibe. Its lure of absorbing anything into its hollow shell is downright terrifying when you think about it, but both are solid ghost designs, just overshadowed a bit by how standout Bayonet is. Tropius is going in the B tier. It just feels like one of those obscure mid-game Pokemon that shows up once and then fades into obscurity because it doesn't evolve or dominate battles, but to me it's always stood out. The wild concept, you know, a flying sauropod with banana trees for wings. Sounds absurd on paper, but that absurdity is exactly what gives it its charm. And while the games don't do much with Tropius, the Adventures manga and Sapphire's use of it, you know, Sapphire's use of one helped cement my soft spot for this leafy dinosaur, even if its Pokedex entries are hilarious mundane. I still appreciate Tropius as a weirdo that deserved more love. Chimecho, I'm gonna put you in the A tier. Yeah, Chimecho is one of those Pokemon that may not have gotten much spotlight in the games, but the anime made it unforgettable. James's heartfelt connection with his Chimecho gave it a lasting emotional resonance for me. It's a creative design too, basically a floating wind chime with Hoppip's face plastered on. And the red and blue palette, or I guess white. But yeah, the coloring reflects real world decor. Sure, it probably should have gotten an evolution rather than Generation 4's Chingling, but that doesn't stop Chimecho from being a charming, underrated psychic type with a great vibe. Absol. Absol's gonna go in the S tier. Absol is one of Generation 3's most iconic designs for a reason, man. I love the duality baked into the lore and design. It looks like a noble protector and a demonic omen, all in one sleek form. The yin-yang inspiration, the scythe horn, the jet black face contrasting with the white fur. It's the kind of asymmetry that makes Absol stand out, you know? Throw in its misunderstood disaster Pokemon lore, and it hits all the right notes for a brooding, misunderstood character I'd have created as a teenager. It's one of my favorite designs in the entire generation. Mega Absol is gonna go in the A tier. Yeah. It's not as iconic as the base form, but it's still a solid design that leans into the fallen angel aesthetic. I appreciate that it doesn't just go full edgy beast mode. It actually looks more elegant with wings made of fur that don't feel too over the top. I still prefer base Absol's more grounded beastly appearance, but Mega Absol keeps things clean and coherent. May not be my favorite Mega, but it's a worthy evolution that doesn't ruin the original. Who's next? Why not B tier? I always forget that Why Not's a baby Pokemon, but yeah, Why Not's a fun little pre-evolution that makes sense as a baby form of Wobbuffet. It has a weird happy-go-lucky expression, floppy ears that double as arms, and that classic mysterious tail. The little head bump is strange but adds character. I don't find Why Not particularly cute, but the name pun, Sonano in Japanese, earns it extra points for me. It's got just enough personality to stand out among the baby Pokemon. Snorunt and Glalie are also going to go into B tier. Yeah, they're also going to go into B tier. I have a real soft spot for this line. Snorunt's unique design based on Japanese straw snowsuits give it cultural depth. I also note it's yeah, I'm just now realizing this is the first pure ice type. I just realized. Which is neat trivia, you know? Glalie gets props for its creepy, demon-like appearance, and glowing blue eyes. Though I think Ice and Dark would have made more sense. The line's lore is unexpectedly grim. Apparently a dying mountaineer's spirit possessed a rock. But I dig it. Their visual identity might not be perfect, but they do enough weird and spooky things right to earn my respect. Mega Glalie is going into D tier. This is where things fall apart. Mega Glalie tries to be scary with its gaping jaw and edgy floating skull aesthetic, but I find it more goofy than intimidating. The broken jawbone look makes it feel like a Pokemon that wants to be cool but just needs to see a dentist. There's no cleverness here, just an open mouth and the same typing. I think it's a half-hearted design, probably made just to pad the Mega roster, and I'm not a fan of it. Spheal. I think this line is gonna go into C tier. Yeah, I had a feeling that the C tier was going to be the one that had like the most picks for it. Actually, no, B tier has more. Yeah, B tier has more from the looks of it, because B tier is chunky. It's like tied with B tier and A tier. Anyway, yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, I like the seal line well enough, especially Spheal. It's an adorable Spheal in C is War Crimes level of bad takes. I mean, it's an adorable round seal with a lot more personality than, well, where are you? Where are you at? Seal ever had. Yeah, but Celio is a bit of a middle child, forgettable with a mustache that doesn't quite work, and Walrein, while intimidating, it just lacks the lore or flair to elevate it. They're not bad, they're just a little boring to me. The line feels like a standard seal to walrus progression that could have had more imagination behind it, you know? Like, I don't dislike them, but I don't have much to say about them either. Okay, the Clamperl, Huntail, and Gorobus. I always have to remember that this thing evolves into these two. Okay. This is I'm stuck. I don't know where to put them. Ah. You know what? I was gonna put them in C tier, but I'm gonna put them on A tier. Or not A tier, B tier. Whoops. I'm gonna put them in the B tier for on principle, due to them being marine animals, right? But they're borderline C tier on execution. So this, yeah. So B tier. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I like you guys a little less than Mega Glalie. I just realized. Okay, but yeah. What was that? The Clamperl line. So I'm a big fan of deep sea Pokemon and weird aquatic creatures, which is why the concept of this line excites me, right? But the execution, not so much. Clamperl evolving into two completely unrelated eels feels thematically messy. Huntail and Gorobus have interesting inspirations, being based on the Gobert eel and the Chimera, respectively. And not the Chimera as in the lion, I mean the Chimera, aka I believe they're called Ghost Sharks as well. Yeah. Yeah, this is what Gorobus is based on, which is honestly a really cool looking creature. But yeah. I like Gorobus's beautiful but deadly thing that appeals to me. Like how it looks graceful. It looks like it should be peaceful, right? But it actually like goes around sucking the insides of its opponents and stuff like that. But yeah. The typing's boring. They're all pure water. Uh-oh. AirPod's dying. But yeah, they're just pure water. I feel like they could have at least made Gorobus maybe part psychic, Huntail part dark or something. I don't know. The designs feel disconnected from Clamperl. I don't know. This line had potential, but I think it fell short. Right, let me switch out my AirPod real quick. It's like when you're it's like a pit stop, like when the race cars are like changing their wheels and stuff. All right. Who's next? Oh, Relicanth. C tier. Yeah, Relicanth's gonna go into C tier. Relicanth is another deep sea Pokemon that suffers from being more concept than character. I like the grumpy grandpa vibe, like the grumpy grandpa fish vibe, and the Coelacanth inspiration. But there's just not much else there. it's neat for lore purposes. It's also neat being needed for uh uh bro had a whole intro just to get C tier. No, because it's in the anime, bro. In the anime, it had like this cry. It was just like Relicanth. That's the only reason I remember this thing. But yeah, yeah, I do like the whole lore purpose. Like this thing is apparent. This thing, along with I believe Whale Lord, is needed for to unlocking the Regis. But otherwise, it's a forgettable water and rock type that could have been so much more. Not bad, not great, just there. Love Disc, you're also a C tier Pokemon. Yeah, you're also gonna be a C tier Pokemon. Honestly, poor Love Disc, man. It gets a lot of hate, but I don't think it deserves the hate, honestly. Yeah, it's just a pink heart-shaped fish, and yes, that's a very Gen 2 style of filler Pokemon, but I see some charm in the simplicity. I just wish they went a little deeper with the discus fish inspiration. You know, a little more detail, some more color, something to give it personality. It's not offensively bad, it's just bland, flavorless. It's raw. As Gordon Ramsay would say. The big online, A tier. Jesus Christ, the B tier is so freaking long. Oh my gosh. Why is Mega Salamence before Salamence? And look how many more Yeah, we gotta end it after Gen 4 at least. We gotta end it after Gen 4 at least. Oh my word. Hey, at least we made some progress. At least we made some progress. Alright, shoot. Big Online. A surprisingly wholesome story arc for a pseudo-legendary. I love Bagon's dream to fly and how it just throws itself off cliffs trying to evolve. That whole narrative gives the line a ton of personality. Shogun is a weird but forgivable cocoon stage, and Salamence is a textbook cool dragon, angry, blue and red, and armed with wing blades. It's a satisfying evolution line with a shonen anime flair that I admire. Maybe not my favorite dragon line, but one I still have respect for. Mega Salamence, you're going into C tier. Most people, along with most people, well, okay, no, I do have a little bit of positivity for him, but most people were disappointed by this Frisbee UFO croissant, but I give it credit for committing to a theme. You know, it's all about speed, flight, aerodynamics, and the tucked in legs and the sleek body reflect that. And while it's not my favorite design by a long shot, I appreciate the consistency with Bagon's dream of flying. And the ability Aerialate is a clever touch too. It's clever, but I don't hate it. Or not clever, it's weird, but I don't hate it. Yeah. Said that backwards. Ah, Beldum. You guys are going in this. You guys are going in the S tier. Yeah, you guys are going in the S tier. Matang. Meta. That's how Metagross sounds in the anime. Meta. But yeah, I'm a huge fan of this line. From Beldum's floating appendage design to Metagross's intimidating quadrupedal body. It's one of the most unique pseudo-legendary lines out there. Actually, not even one of. It's probably the most unique pseudo-legendary. The idea of magnetically fused minds creating one powerful being is sci-fi in the best way. I love how brutal and physical Metagross feels for a psychic type, and the shiny version silver and gold look seals the deal. I just wish that Metagross had 4 eyes instead of 2. That's like my only gripe. That would have been cool. Mega Metagross, you're A tier at best. Yeah. It takes everything I like about the base form and dials it up. The extra limbs, the floating design, the brass highlights, and the fact that it looks like a mechanical beast from a Metroid game. It all works. Even the weird detail of Metang's face being its jaw adds to the coolness. Not quite S tier, but it's absolutely one of my favorite megas. And that free shiny Beldum back in the day, cherry on the top. Alright, let me go ahead and close my blinds real quick, and then we can tackle the legendaries. So return the lights to 50%. Ooh. Alright, who we talking about? Regirock? Oh man, these guys are iconic. But Regirock's going into B tier. Whoa, wait. You guys are borderline C. So, I'm gonna put you into B tier. Yeah. Yeah. Regirock has always been in the running as my personal favorite of the legendary titans. Exactly. Yep. Only the real ones know, bro. But yeah, yeah, it's always been my personal favorite of the legendary titans. Its design, the H-shaped braille eyes, the spiked shoulders, and the patchwork body. It just sells the concept of a golem that repairs itself with whatever stones it can find. That lore detail, self-medicating by patching up its body, is just plain cool. And while I admit they don't exactly scream Pokemon, I've always had a strong appreciation for how unique this trio was. Regice is going in the A tier. Out of the 3, Regice is the one that usually wins my top spot. There's something inherently appealing to me about ice monsters, and Regice's angular, symmetrical, crystal-like body looks like it was carved straight from a glacier. And add in the incredibly eerie voice from the anime, and you've got a Titan that's memorable and mysterious, you know? And I love how distinct Regice is while still fitting as part of the trio. Registeel is going into C tier. Yeah. It was once my least favorite of the 3, but it's still my least favorite of the 3, but It's grown on me over the years. While it looks far more organic and alien than its brothers, almost like a rubbery steel alien with how it moves in the anime at least, it's exactly that strangeness that I've come to appreciate. The Pokédex lore, including being made of some extraterrestrial metal apparently, and having a hollow body, gives it an edge and uniqueness. Though it's my least favorite aesthetically, I respect how different and bold it is. You know, rounding out the trio in a satisfyingly odd way. Latias and Latios, never understand why they're legendaries, but that's just how it is, I guess. So you guys are going into B tier. I'll get to you fuckers in a bit. But Latias and Latios, yeah, these two Jet Dragon siblings were childhood favorites. And while my love has cooled a bit, there's still a nostalgic affection here. You know, they're sleek, memorable, and have just the right mix of cute for Latias and cool for Latios. Their minimal backstory holds them back a bit, and I admit they've been overexposed over the years, but the fondness from the Pokemon Heroes movie still lingers. They feel iconic, even if a little overhyped now. Mega Latias and Mega Latios, you guys? Trash. Absolutely horrible. Absolutely horrible. Freaking hate these two. I'm just not a fan of them. I'm just not a fan. I'm a hater. I am a hater of Mega Latias and Latios. Turning two already similar Pokemon into virtually the same freaking thing with awkwardly oversized arms in weird proportions. It just felt lazy to me. They lose that streamlined appeal of their base forms and instead look bulky and ungraceful, only decent when they're actually flying around and stuff like that, but clunky otherwise. Man. And the identical designs for both Megas was a huge letdown. Disgusting. But Kyogre, we're putting my boy in the S tier. We putting Shamu in the S tier, bro. I'm heavily biased toward Kyogre, and I'm proud of it. As the Leviathan of Hoenn's elemental trio, Kyogre nails the ancient sea monster theme. I love how its sleek, whale-like form and mystical red markings evoke both raw power and natural beauty. Everything from its lore to its role in the games and the manga solidifies Kyogre as one of my all-time favorites. The sheer scale and simplicity of its presence just works. And then you get Primal Kyogre, who's just aight to me. C tier. So, yeah, Primal Kyogre is visually elegant, swapping red for glowing yellow energy and introducing semi-translucent skin and purple hues. While I find it a bit busier than its base form, it's still got that kaiju presence. Origin Pulse is a pretty standout move in my opinion, one of my favorite moves of all time, and I appreciate the generational... I appreciate the Pokemon Generation short that showcased it as a true force of nature. Yeah. Not quite as iconic as regular Kyogre for me, but still respectable. Groudon, you're gonna go in the A tier. Yeah, I'll put you in the A tier. Groudon doesn't quite hit as hard for me as Kyogre does, but I still appreciate its volcanic dinosaur-like power. Its blocky legs and arms make it feel a bit toy-like and clunky in motion, but I love its sunlight commanding lore and overall menace. The head design is particularly strong. I've always thought Groudon looked a bit silly walking in-game, but its concept as a land-expanding beast is solid. Primal Groudon, I do like it a little more than Kyogre. Hell, I'll put it into B tier. Yeah, I'll put it into B tier. This is how you do an upgrade. Primal Groudon enhances the original's design by replacing the white spikes and with black lava spikes and giving its armor molten fissures. It's more intense, more intimidating, and far more visually unified than Primal Kyogre. Precipice Blades is one of the coolest signature moves out there, and I feel this form truly refines and amplifies the base Groudon design. Rayquaza, S tier. Come on, don't play with me. Don't play with me. We all know Rayquaza's S tier. I will not hear otherwise. Rayquaza is just peak legendary dragon design for me. It perfectly fuses Western dragon features with the head and its teeth, with Eastern serpent aesthetics, and it ties the entire weather trio together, thematically and visually, from its glowing yellow markings to its majestic serpentine body. Rayquaza just exudes power and presence. I even love its shiny form. Black and gold, hell yeah. Mega Rayquaza, however, this is going to be a very hot take. But Mega Rayquaza is going into D tier. Sorry, Mega Rayquaza fans, but yeah, Mega Rayquaza is a D tier Pokemon. It's detailed to point of excess. Like, I like parts of the design, like the flowing whiskers and the blade-like fins, but it's just a bit too much. Like, I admit it looks better in motion with the jade sculpture vibe and all, but when, like, still images like this, the busyness hurts its appeal. It's got a hypnotic presence, but doesn't quite land with the same elegance as the base form. You're at the finale? Nice. Wait, I just realized, let me put Jinx here since Jinx is my least favorite. I don't hate anything more than Jinx. Jirachi. Wait, where did he go? Chat, we just lost Jirachi. Where did you go? Jirachi. Oh, there he is. It all happened so fast. Alright, we're gonna put Jirachi in the B tier. So, Jirachi is a charming little wish maker with an interesting blend of Dragon Ball style wish lore and classic celestial mythology. I find it cute, and the Wishmaker movie hit hard as a kid. If you guys couldn't tell, I really loved Jirachi Wishmaker. While the steel typing feels out of place in my opinion, its design is memorable enough to keep it firmly in my favor. I love that it draws power from a comet and has that mysterious eye in its belly. Like, hold on. Jirachi eye. Yeah, this was always so freaking cool to me. Like the fact that it has like a third eye in its belly. That's so freaking cool. That was always so freaking awesome to me. But yeah, definitely one of the more fleshed out mythical legends. And capping off Gen 3, Deoxys. S tier, come on. All of them are going into the S tier. Stop playing with your boy. My little squiggle-armed space virus. My little noodle-arm boy. But yeah, all S tier. Easily one of my all-time favorite Pokemon. The sci-fi space virus turned alien, turned psychic alien with a crystalline core. It's just cool. Every form, normal, attack, defense, and speed has a purpose and a look that reflects that form. I love the DNA-based name and the fact that it helped me remember what DNA even stood for as a kid. Its lore, designs, and role in both the manga and the Destiny Deoxys movie, where it just had beef with Rayquaza. Listen, Rayquaza and Deoxys is one of those examples. It's like, dude, Rayquaza and Deoxys, they have beef that's like Batman and the Joker vibes. It's Godzilla and King Kong vibes of beef, bro. Like, it's unexplained. But yeah, it makes it one of the most interesting and versatile legendaries ever introduced. From shape-shifting tentacle arms to form-swapping meteorites, Deoxys hits every mark for me. Alright. I'm gonna take a little pee break before we get to Gen 4. And then after that, I'm spent. After that, I'm spent. I'm taking a breather. We'll probably do a part 2 of this. But yeah. BRB everyone. If I can find the BRB thing. Oh, it's because I'm not on OBS. I'm very smart, chat. Here we go. Alrighty. Go ahead and minimize this. Hide it. Close that. Close this. Discord I can definitely close. Alright. So, oh. Whatever, I'll install this update, sure. I don't know what you need to update for, but okay. Alright. Gen 4. So, the Turtwig line, S tier. Easy S tier. Oh my goodness. The scrolling. The endless scrolling. So yeah, easy S tier. Turtwig's a cute, chunky reptile with a plant on its head. Basically a baby tortoise fusion of like Chikorita and Bulbasaur, honestly. The extra color might be one too many, but that dopey, beaked face smile is just too lovable, especially thanks to its portrayal in the manga. Grottle is the awkward middle child again, shifting to a more ankylosaur look with awkwardly placed shrubbery, but the concept of birds picking berries off its back is charming, even if the sprite doesn't show it. All is forgiven with Torterra. This majestic world turtle inspired final form balances complexity and clarity beautifully. The bonsai tree, the earthy textures, the mossy spikes, the silver rimmed plating. It's a hardy, grounded monster that fuses dinosaur and tortoise perfectly. Easily one of the best starter designs, period. It's only the weird black nose that feels off for me. The Chimchar line are gonna go in the C tier. Yeah. Chimchar, C tier. Inferno and Infernape. Yeah, the Chimchar line stands they just never really clicked for me. Monkeys aren't my thing, and this fiery chimp's gas-powered butt flame just isn't enough to make it interesting. Monferno steps up the energy with a mandrill-inspired palette and a fire fighting typing that unfortunately kicked off a tired trend. Despite being pleasant looking, Monferno just doesn't leave a strong impression for me. Infernape, however, earns big respect. Its Sun Wukong influences, elegant flame crown, and kung fu inspired body give it strong visual appeal, especially with the cleaner red, gold, and white accents compared to Blaziken's clutter. While I don't feel much personal attachment, I admire how cool and well executed Infernape is. The Piplup line, these little penguins are gonna go in the B tier. Yeah, B tier. I've warmed up to Piplup's evolutions at least. So the Piplup line earns a B tier. Piplup's an adorable, princely penguin, heavily featured in the anime, though the odd light blue nose patch and the Mickey Mouse chest dots feel unnecessary. Prinplup continues the princely theme but feels like a bland middle stage, lacking identity beyond its setup for Empoleon. Still, its lore about solitary behavior is a neat character touch. Empoleon is a surprise water and steel type, and while it feels over-designed in parts like the posh markings, the trident beak, the sword arms, it still manages to feel regal and imposing. The Emperor Penguin concept shines through, even if the design could use a couple tweaks. Yeah, and Pokken Tournament gave me a deeper appreciation for it too, so there's that. The Starly line. I know people love these guys, but they've honestly never been more than C tier for me. Yeah, they're nothing more than C tier for me. Starly is cute and distinct from other early root birds, but doesn't stand out much in behavior or concept. Staravia is just bigger and derpier with nothing memorable beyond its strangely misfit Intimidate ability. I always found it hilarious that this thing gets the Intimidate ability. Staraptor, though, I once disliked it for its emo hairdo. It's grown on me. Its pompadour and aggressive aesthetic give it some personality, and it ends up feeling more distinct from, you know, the line's pretty, I don't know, it gives it some personality, and it ends up feeling more distinct than the average route bird. This line's pretty average overall, but not bad. Certainly more tolerable than I expected going in. You're gonna mute me for thematic purposes for the closing cutscene, but you're gonna be lurking. Alright, no problem. Bidoof and B-Barrel, D tier. Bidoof and B-Barrel are D tier. Bidoof gets a lot of hate, but I don't really get it. It's just a derpy Zigzagoon style beaver with a silly name and a goofy face. I don't love it, but it's fine. B-Barrel, on the other hand, is it's just much dumber looking with its weird chest pattern and derpy mask face. I miss the goofy charm. I miss the goofy charm of Bidoof and dislike B-Barrel's weirdly intense expression. Still, B-Barrel was a great HM mule, so there's utility in that. My least favorite early game rodent, but more by indifference than dislike. Kricketot and Kricketune? S tier. That's not S tier. S tier. Kricketot and Kricketune are S tier. And I know there's gonna be that one person, oh, Kricketot and Kricketune aren't that good. I don't care. My tier list, my rules. But yeah, Kricketot and Kricketune are a proud S tier. I love that Gen 4's early bug isn't just another moth or butterfly. Cricketot's musical conductor motif, wobbly movements, and xylophone-like antenna are charming, and its cry is one of the best things to come out of Gen 4's audio engine. Kricketune takes it to the next level with a fancy mustache, violent bow arms, cape-like wings, and an epic cry. Even though it's fragile and unviable in battle, I still love it for its personality, design, and commitment to the music theme. Top tier bug with flair. The Shinx line, B. Yeah, Shinx line or B tier. This game is amazing. I believe it, man. Come on. Yeah, the Shinx line are gonna be in the B tier. Shinx is a cute lynx cub with a strange color scheme. Black back half, yellow front rings. That doesn't quite mesh though. I like its eyes and the little star-shaped ear holes. Luxio cleans things up with a more cohesive palette and a cool black mane. Even if it's vaguely human styled, hair looks the human style hair looks a little silly. Luxray has a great electric lion concept, and those piercing X-ray eyes are awesome, but the design feels slightly over detailed and chaotic. I like them and want to love them, but they fall just shy of greatness. AAA titles wish they could be anywhere near as good. Not gonna lie, I've always been more into indie games in general, outside of like Nintendo stuff, obviously. Badoo and Rose Raid, C tier. Yeah, C tier. I can't remember if I had a Pokemon that was bordering on D tier. Where's Cyndaquil at again? Okay, Cyndaquil's still like on the top. That's not gonna change. Alright, shoot. I forgot who I was talking about. Yeah, Badoo. Badoo and Rose Raid. So Badoo is a cute little bud with a lovely face and curled arms, but it doesn't visually connect to Roselia at all, in my opinion. Like, this thing could easily be a baby for Cottony or Sunkern or something. That's just me, though. Rose Raid, meanwhile, has a cool superhero concept, but suffers from lackluster execution. The bouquet arms just look like blobs instead of real flowers, and its mask design isn't striking enough. There's potential, but Rose Raid needed more polish to land among my favorites. Alright. Cranidos, you get to go in the C tier? Well, Rampardos, I don't like you. You're going in the F tier. So, Cranidos is a scrappy little Pachycephalosaurus with decent art, but its anime depiction makes it look derpy. It's okay, just not thrilling. Rampardos, on the other hand, is an ugly mess of jagged spikes, awkward proportions, and a dome head that juts out in all the wrong ways. Its transition from sprite to 3D made it worse. Despite high stats and cool fossil concepts, Rampardos is poorly executed and visually off-putting. This game was such a blast to play through again. I'm at the credits right now, and you're gonna do a spoiler-free review real quick. All right, sounds good. Shieldon and Bastiodon, C tier. Yeah, Shieldon is a cute baby Ceratops with a big metal crest. Even if it's a little plain, Bastiodon is a design I originally disliked, but grew to appreciate. Its giant shield face, blocky armor, and wall-like posture evoke a nice visual, especially when imagining them forming protective walls and herds. Still, the face could be a bit more coherent, and the sideways horns are odd. Bastiodon is a could-have-been-better case, but not bad. Omori is a perfect blend of a dark story mixed with classic RPG gameplay. The gameplay is so refreshing despite being simple RPG rules thanks to the emotion mechanics being the supplement for elements. Let's see. I know some people hate the Burmy line. I'm gonna put them in the C tier though. Yeah. Realistic, I was gonna put them in the D tier, but I think I'm gonna put them in the C tier at most. Yeah. Like the Burmy, although I do have a soft spot for them for the effort, Burmy has a clever cloak-based form change mechanic tied to its environment. Neat in concept, overwhelming in execution. The artwork doesn't communicate the bagworm pupa clearly, and the weird beak and swirl doesn't help. Wormadam evolves differently by gender, with each form retaining Burmy's final cloak. The result is a cool biological nod, but the designs feel like weird fruit or blobs with limited appeal, especially the sandy and trash cloaks. Mothim is forgettable despite cute facial expressions and funny behavior like stealing honey from Combi. The whole line earns credit for its realism and design and ideas, you know, but poor visual execution holds it back. And the way the game gets you attached to characters like you're part of their friendship is immaculate. Yeah, even from the first two the first 2 hours of the gameplay, like I'm already interested in getting to know the characters more, so I cannot wait to play more. Let me also put this in the charger real quick. Combi and Vespiquen, A tier. Yeah, A tier. That's B. So, yeah, these weird little bugs are some of Gen 4's most unique designs. Combi is just a trio of honeycombs with smiley faces, wings, and a bee butt. And somehow it works. It's a weirdly adorable hive drone with nothing going for it in battle, but that's the point. Vespiquen, on the other hand, is a simple... It's a perfect execution of the queen bee trope, complete with a gender-locked evolution. She's regal and insectoid with her honeycomb dress full of minion combi, launching signature attacks like Attack Order and Defend Order. Her buggy eyes, jewel crown, and overall design hit a great balance of elegance and menace. Vespiquen has since become one of my favorite Gen 4 Pokemon, and even though Combi isn't how I'd design a bee, I appreciate its uniqueness. Let me see. There's only one segment in the entire game that you despise, but it's more of a skill issue thing than it being the game's fault. You won't say what it is to avoid spoilers, so once I get there, you'll tell me. Alright. Now you can start working on getting the other endings. Yes, sir. I'm glad it has a lot of replayability for you, though. For me, usually I'm like a one and done type of person when it comes to games. Like, I usually won't pick up a game until like 10 years have passed. Or something. Not literally, but you know what I mean. Like, usually some time has to have passed before I play the game again. Pachirisu, I'm gonna put it in the C tier. Yeah, as a Pika clone, that's at least... Yeah, I'm gonna put it in the C tier for being a Pika clone that's at least trying to be different. It's a squirrel that... It's a squirrel. It's our first squirrel Pokemon, actually. That cute buck tooth and puffy tail save it from being completely forgettable. Still, it's unimpressive overall. No evolution, no second typing, no standout lore or battle potential. It's just there. The anime and first Squirrel title keep it out of a lower tier, but not by much. There is technically a true ending, but it's just an extra cutscene, so you're not gonna worry about it. Gotcha. Fair enough. Buizel and Floatzel? B tier. B tier. Wait, I keep forgetting these guys are borderline, so I gotta put them before Clan Pearl. There we go. So, once upon a time, these guys were in my top 10. Although that's obviously changed, but they're still pretty great. Weasel's little neck floaty and spinny tail are adorable touches on a river-adopted Weasel. Floatzel takes it to the next level with a sleek, raft-like flotation ring that resembles a life jacket. I've lost the enthusiasm I once had, but I still like them for what they are. Cool, competent water weasels. Cherubi and Cherim. C tier. Yeah, C tier. Jesus Christ, I forgot this was a form. I always forget that this is a form and not like a middle stage evolution. But yeah, so Cherubi is a cute little cherry with a sleeping sibling head, which makes it slightly unsettling when you realize what that implies. Like, this is like a parasitic twin, sort of. The Sunshine Cherim is cheerful but forgettable, while Overcast Cherim looks awkward and has bizarre eye placements. I just wish Cherim's happy Sakura form was its default instead of a situational gimmick. As is, the line feels like a neat idea weighed down by poor visual decisions. Like, they should have just made it where this is the pre-evolution, this is the middle stage, and this is the final evolution. I feel like that would have made more sense rather than, oh, 90% of the time, this is the stage that we have, while only when it's sunny we get the overcast form. No. Gosh, the Shellos line, B tier. Yeah, both the blue and pink forms. The B tiers keep growing. Although Gen 4 is like a very controversial region for me, because as I said before, not really controversial, but Gen 4 as a region has always been kind of like mid for me when it comes to design. So a lot of the designs are gonna fall into the B tier or less than that. So anyway, you know, the Sea Slug variants, you know, Shellos and Gastrodon are you know, these Sea Slug variants are a solid use of form diversity, unlike some of Gen 4's other alternate forms, if you know what I mean. I like both the pink and blue versions of their shared yellow accents and their distinct designs. Gastrodon especially looks good despite the simple color palette compared to real-world Nudibranchs. I'm not fully sure why they're part ground, but the swampy habitat justifies it, I guess. Overall, they're weird, gross, and pretty all at once, and I dig that. Now you gotta... wait. You just realized you should have made a save file at a certain point to get some of the endings much quicker. Now you gotta replay so much of the game again. Oof. Well, I'll use that as my reminder to do that as well. Ambipom, F tier. F tier. I hate this thing. Apom was cheeky and cute. Ambipom ruins it with a bizarre hairstyle, awkward face, and dual tail hands that now look like inflated udders. It's one of my least favorite designs in the entire game. I think the evolution method is convoluted, and the end result is visually unappealing. I appreciate the idea of giving Apom more, but this ain't it. That's if I'm going for multiple endings. Yeah, that's true. Drifloon and Drifblim. Why did I say it like that? Oh no, not B tier. They deserve S. Yeah, S tier. Some of my favorite Pokemon of all time. Probably my favorite flying type in this entire region. Yeah, this ghostly balloon line is hilariously creepy, and I love it. Drifloon tries to kidnap kids but ends up being dragged around instead. Equal parts spooky and adorable. I especially love the Pokédex entry about Drifloon disliking heavy children. Drifblim has a few too many details, but maintains its creepy cryptid charm. Yeah, these Pokemon feel like myths, even... Whoops. I dropped something. Even within the Pokemon world, and might actually be inspired by atmospheric jellyfish cryptids. One of my top Gen 4 lines, hands down. If I want just 2 for 2 routes, just play the game from the start. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry, Ghost, but I'm putting the Baniri line in the F tier. Yeah, they're going in the F tier. I apologize, but I've never cared for them. Baniri's rolled up gimmick is fine, but the cream puffs feel randomly placed. Lopunny is where things get worse for me. It's blatantly designed to resemble a Playboy bunny, which feels icky and unnecessary. Its flirt-based abilities and exaggerated proportions don't sit right with me. Mega Lopunny at least looks like it could beat someone up, but the outfit still screams fan service. It's a shame because there was potential for a powerful bunny design that wasn't bogged down by unfortunate aesthetics. Our friendship is over is crazy. Miss Magius, I'm gonna put you in the A tier. Yeah, so now this is how you evolve a ghost type. So Miss Magius builds on Miss Drevis's concept and takes it full Halloween witch, complete with a spooky robe, the massive hat, and I love that it remains a floating head with no arms, and yeah, no arms, and the mystical haunting vibe is right up my alley. A deliciously Halloween upgrade that totally works. Alright, you were just waiting for that. You gotta get to bed. You gotta start your life of misery tomorrow. Yeah, best of luck, Ghost. Honchkrow. You're also gonna go in the A tier. I adore this Mafia bird. Instead of a typical big predatory evolution, Honchkrow becomes Don Corleone with feathers. The hat could be seen as either a fedora or a wizard hat, adding to the lore ambiguity. Leading flocks of Murkrow and punishing traitors like a mob boss is a fun twist. I love Gen 7's Pokédex entry of that. Like, it punishes traitors. like a traditional mob boss. It's a bold and effective evolution with great thematic payoff. Glameow is just not my thing. It's a snooty show cat with a croissant head and a springy tail, which could have been fun if it actually used the tail to bounce. Still, it's well drawn. It's drawn well enough, so I'll put it into D tier. But Perugly? Ugh. I can't stand it. I hate everything from its boomerang head to the stalking tear leg markings to its awful personality. The idea of it sucking in its gut with its tail is laughably bad, and I find its entire design unpleasant. This is one of the rare Pokemon I stick in the trash tier. Chingling, B tier. Yeah, B tier. Chingling is one of the better baby Pokemon. I like how it represents the bell part of Chimecho and how its tongue is literally the clapper of the bell inside. It looks happy, it's cute, and despite its underwhelming usage, I appreciate the clever design. A charming baby done right. Stunky and Skuntank are going into C tier. The skunk line is fine. I appreciate that it's Pokemon's first take on skunks and that Stunky's funny butt face and Japanese name, Skunk Poo, give it charm. Skuntank, Skuntank is nastier but decent, with its hilarious sprite animations where it raises a leg to attack. I don't love them, but they're amusing and fit their theme well. Bronzor and Bronzong, B tier. Yeah, B tier. The Psychic and Steel Job? What? Why'd you say Job? But yeah, these Psychic and Steel types are mystical and distinct. Also, welcome to the stream, Mango Monkey. Bronzor's eerie mirror motif is cool, and Bronzong's creepy face placements and weird tentacle-looking arms make it visually memorable. While their lore isn't as rich as similar Pokemon like Claydol or Sigilyph, they still stand as mysterious and myth-inspired. Strong addition to Sinnoh's spiritual flavor. Bonsly, C tier. Bonsly's cute, quirky, with fake tears and the bonsai tree arms, but I hate the incense-based breeding gimmick, but I appreciate its mimic-based evolution. It makes sense. It's not great at blending in like Sudowoodo, but the fidgety nature fits. Middle of the road, but not bad. Mime Jr. is also gonna go into C tier. It's a solid baby. I like its happy dancing behavior and how it mimics people. It looks nothing like Mr. Mime, which I find oddly endearing, and the fairy typing in Gen 6 fits great. It doesn't have much lore, but it's cute and likable enough. Happiny is going into D tier. Oh wait. I don't dislike them as much as I dislike these two. I'm not gonna lie, I forgot Happiny existed, and for good reason. It's cluttered, awkwardly proportioned, and full of weird decisions. Like the egg-shaped rock that doesn't even bulge in its pouch. It's like a lazily It's like a lazily puffed up version of Chansey, and you know, with baby gimmicks thrown in. Easily one of my least favorite baby Pokemon. What I'm ranking Pokemon off? If you mean like what am I like basing their placements off of? Basically like design and memorability, pretty much. Yeah, like I know some people rank Pokemon based on like their competitive value, but I typically rank Pokemon based on like how much I like their designs and stuff. Chatot, I'm gonna put you into D tier. Yeah, D tier. Chatot had potential. I like the music note head, the metronome tail, and the color palette. I like its color palette. Its gimmick, the gimmick move Chatter, was clever, but backfired thanks to players abusing the DS mic to make it shout slurs and stuff. Beyond that, it's just kinda there. Later games gave it some decent lore about mimicry, but Chatot ultimately ends up as one of the most forgettable single-stage Pokemon. You like Lucario's design? I mean, that's fair. A lot of people like Lucario, actually. Also, I'm gonna end this off when we get to Arceus, since it's getting rather late and I still need to eat dinner. It's like 10:37. Sheesh. But yeah, but I will be doing this tomorrow. Probably gonna try to end off the final 5 generations that I still need to go over. Hopefully I don't have any interruptions so I can just like blitz through them. But yeah, I had a couple interruptions this stream, so I had to like. So yeah, that's why this stream is like 6 hours long now. So yeah, I'm gonna end off Gen 4 here. So we're gonna get to Arceus, and then I'll pause. So Spiritomb, I'm gonna put in the S tier. So at first glance, Spiritomb didn't impress me visually, just a swirly face in mist, but the lore blew me away. It's 108 spirits sealed in a keystone, drawing on deep spiritual symbolism from Buddhist and Chinese culture. The design gains charm in 3D with its creepy silhouette, and its role as one of Cynthia's Pokemon makes it unforgettable. A weird, mysterious, and culturally rich ghost type that's right up my alley. The Gibble line. You're gonna sub so you'll maybe come back tomorrow. Yeah, bet. I appreciate that, Mango. Yeah, the Gibble line are gonna go in the S tier. I mean, how can you not like the Gibble line? Oh my goodness. I should have just done like the base forms. Why did I have to do like Mega Evolutions and Gigantamax forms included? Alright, so Gibble's a cute, if oddly proportioned, baby shark dino, and Gabite could have passed as a strong final form on its own, but Garchomp is just peak cool. Sleek, vicious, bulky, and built for violence. Everything from its shark dragon fusion concept to its supersonic jet lore makes it one of my favorite pseudo-legendaries ever. I even appreciate its anime and Pokken appearances. It's a total murder beast. Mega Garchomp is gonna go in the A tier. I like it a little less than regular Garchomp. So Mega Garchomp just looks unhinged in a good way though. Its melted scythe arms, bulky, jagged, and ramped up rage give it a brutal presence without clutter. While the speed loss is a rare and interesting twist for a Mega, it only makes this thing feel even more feral. Not quite S tier, but damn close. And I honestly wish more Mega Evolutions did the Mega Garchomp route where it loses points in one stat and boosts up like other stats. I think that would have been a cool concept. Munchlax is going into C tier. Cute and gonky, but I've never really connected with it. It plays up Snorlax's hunger but ditches the sleep, but the design with the rabbit ear head and awkward proportions doesn't sell the baby form for me. Still, it hiding food in its fur is a funny touch. Riolu and Lucario are also gonna go into C tier. Riolu's awkward ear dreadlock situation annoys me, and Lucario just doesn't land anymore. I used to love it, but now I find the design cluttered, oddly proportioned, and overhyped. I don't hate it, but the more I look at it, the more issues I see. It's iconic, but not for me. Mega Lucario, however, is going in the B tier. It fixes a lot of my gripes. It streamlines the design, swaps out dumb shorts for real looking legs, gives it a better tail and forward facing spikes, and ditches the weird aura blobs for hair for like actual dreadlocks. I could do without the red paws and the black stripes, but overall this is what Lucario should have been. Hippopotas and Hippowdon are going into B tier as well. You're going right up there with Lucario. So Hippopotas looks odd with buggy eyes and foot-like mouth, but I've mellowed out on it. Hippowdon, though, is a beast. Big, scary, and spewing sand from its back. It nails the desert hippo vibe. Its in-game presence could be cooler, but the concept works. Skorupi and Drapion. A tier. Yeah, A tier. So, Skorupi has fun with Scorpion anatomy, flipping pincer and stinger placement for laughs. Drapion isn't even really a bug anymore. It's a chunky, poison and dark type alien monster, and I dig that. Its rotating head arm thing from the manga sold me on it. A funky, mean-looking evolution with unexpected charm. Also meeting it in the A tier, I'm gonna put the Krogunk line in the A tier. Krogunk and Toxicroak. Krogunk grew on me thanks to the anime's butt-punching, poison fist antics and its skeevy grin. Toxicroak ups the creepy factor with Wolverine frog bone claws and that creepy grin. Slightly over-designed, but still packed with character. A weird frog duo I genuinely love. Oh my gosh, it's A tier after A tier. I love Carnivine. Yeah. Originally disappointing compared to Victory Bell, but now I've come to appreciate Carnivine's goofy, floaty, jellyfish plant aesthetic. Its anime roll, floating movement, and levitate ability are hilarious. I like that it subverts expectations of what a Venus flytrap mon should be. Weird, fun, and growing on me. Finneon and Lumineon are going into D tier. Yeah, they're going into D tier. Pretty colors, but utterly forgettable. Finneon is a butterfly-finned tropical fish with no interesting lore, and Lumineon drops the color for a bland frogfish look. I don't hate them, but get why no one remembers them. They're just there. Mantike is gonna go into C tier. Yeah. Cute, tailless manta baby with a smiley back. Again, I hate incense breeding, but the evolution method with Remoraid is fun. Shame the sprite stopped showing Remoraid hitching a ride on Mantine. It's fine, but not much more to say. Snover and Abomasnow are going into B tier. I dig the Yeti tree combo. Snover is like a cute little pine cone guy, and Abomasnow's got that Studio Ghibli lumbering beast vibe. The weather generating snow warning ability adds flavor, but they don't quite hit cool. I like them, especially the Krypton inspired lore. Mega Abomasnow, however, is going in the A tier. Now this is a monster. Mega Abomasnow bulks up into a giant icy gorilla tree and still avoids being overdesigned. The root knuckles and icy growth sell the whole abominable angle. I love how it turns a goofy Yeti into a winter boss fight. Great glow up. Weavile is gonna go into B tier. I feel a sneeze coming on, but you know when you get like that feeling where like you have to sneeze, but like you don't sneeze? That's how I feel right now. But yeah. A solid upgrade from Sneasel, though. I miss the asymmetry. The claw marks as communication concept is neat, and its Pokken performance gives it a cool factor. It's stylish, predatory, and slick. Just slightly over-decorated. Magnezone, you should know, S tier. I never truly loved it until a shiny one carried my electric monotype team in Sword. Now I'm all in. UFO theming, rotating magnets, blinking lights. It's a mechanical oddball I adore. The lore about it receiving signals from space seals the deal. My personal magnet champ. Licky Licky, F tier. I don't even love Lickitung, but this is a downgrade. The short tongue, the bib, the stomach lines, it's all weird and unnecessary. The evolution method makes no sense, and yeah, the aesthetic leans babyish in the worst way. Big thumbs down. Rhyperior is gonna go into C tier. Rhyperior gets a mixed reaction and from fans, and my feelings are no different. I do like the improved color scheme and heftier build. It looks like it could do some real damage, especially like kaiju aesthetic, which is a plus, but the head plating throws it off completely. Rhydon's ears and spikes gave it character, while Rhyperior just looks bald and weirdly naked. It's not a bad design, but that one flaw derails it from being anything higher. Could have been B or A tier otherwise. Tangrowth, D tier. I think Tangela is underrated, and I'm glad Tangrowth didn't go the predictable Medusa route. The caveman angle is kind of interesting, but poorly communicated in the design. Tangrowth's big shaggy look and extendable whip arms are cool, but I hate that its vine texture is so under detailed in art and sprites. It ends up looking like a blue blob with a couple of noodles sticking out. I prefer Tangela's simplicity overall, but Tangrowth is still neat. Electivire is going in the C tier. Jinx Jinx thankfully gets left out while Electabuzz and Magmar evolve, but I don't mind Electivire's inclusion. I like the whip tails, the beefy arms, and the return of the plug motif from Elekid. It takes time to get used to, especially the shaggy head bits, but overall, I've grown fond of it. It's still got that weird Oni gorilla build, and while I miss the fangs and belly markings from Electabuzz, they're small gripes. Plus, I like its association with Volkner and how it reflects his friendship with Flint. With Flint having a Magmortar. And speaking of Magmortar, F tier. Yeah, Magmortar on the other hand is a mess. Magmar was already a complicated design, but Magmortar goes all in on ugly and cluttered. The clashing reds, yellows, and that awful pink make it an eyesore. Its duckbill turns into creepy lips, and its body becomes a boring egg shape. I do like the cannon arms, but that's not enough to redeem the rest, and the flame placement is confusing, and the whole thing feels like a bastardization of Magmar's cool weirdness. I'm just not a fan. Togekiss is going in the A tier. Togekiss is a staple on my teams, especially since I was disappointed by Togetic's usefulness in Togetic's unusefulness in Gen 2. Well, Heart Gold and Soul Silver for me, which aren't Gen 2 or Gen 4, but you know what I mean. I was disappointed by how weak Togetic was in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. I was unsure about its plain bird with no beak look at first, but it grew on me. It makes sense for the egg line to end with a bird, and the 3D model, anime, and manga help its design feel more natural. Becoming a fairy and flying type later in Gen 6 gave it even more value. I like its bulk, versatility, and the oddity of a beakless triangle fairy bird. Yanmega earns its spot in the A tier. Of course I love Yanmega. It's a creepy crawly done right. It looks like it was designed at the same time as Yanma, which is impressive. I love how it's a clear nod to ancient Meganeura dragonflies, from its fierce legs and sharp eyes to its tiny fangs and dinosaur-esque spines. Yanmega is a vicious predator and looks the part. It's not just stylish, it's useful too. I'm especially fond of the realistic yet monstrous vibe, and the cool Pokédex entries just seal the deal. Leafeon and Glaceon, they're both gonna go into B tier. Yeah, Leafeon and Glaceon are gonna go into B tier. These two never felt as distinct or original as the earlier evolutions. Leafeon is Espeon with leaf parts slapped onto it. Predictable and kinda lazy. Still, the color scheme is nice and the design is at least pleasing. Glaceon fares worse with an awkward headdress and little indication that it's adapted to an icy environment. I find Glaceon especially underwhelming. It doesn't communicate much beyond its color. Not terrible designs, but not particularly inspired compared to the rest of the Eevee family. Gliscor, my boy Gliscor is definitely going in the A tier. Gliscor takes Gligar's already cool concept and just makes it even better. I love the cape-like wings, the more menacing face, and the upgraded tail. Everything about Gliscor screams Predator, and somehow it avoids the over-designed trap. The creepy grin, dark color palette, and vampire bat meets scorpion feel all works in its favor. The typing still doesn't make sense, and I think it could have been changed, but it's so cool that I let it slide. Gliscor just hits. Mamo! Mamoswine is going into B tier. Mamoswine is a unique take on evolving Piloswine. It's still pig-like, but now with mammoth vibes. I appreciate that it didn't just get fluffier and bigger, but actually looks distinct. I miss the closed eyes from Swinub and Piloswine, and it could have been furrier. Still, I like it. The fact that it's rideable in Kalos helps its appeal. The ancient power evolution method and Ice Age lore add a nice sci-fi touch, making Mamoswine pretty cool overall. Porygon Z is gonna go in the S tier. Porygon Z is a glitchy mess in the best way. The 180-degree rotated head, floating disconnected parts, and the wide manic eyes give it a distinct look. I love the broken, twitchy animations in Battle Revolution and the implications of corrupted code. It's creepy, weird, and fascinating. I wish the Porygon line got more love, but even if it never evolves again, Porygon Z stands strong as one of my absolute favorites. Like, I hope we eventually get a Porygon, like a proper Porygon 3. Gallade is gonna go in the B tier. I like Gallade's concept, Psychic Fencer and all, but the execution is flawed. From the waist up, it's awesome. Blade arms, crest helmet, sharper features, but the diaper hips and weird legs ruin it. I also find the gender restriction weird and question why only male Curlia can evolve. It's a cool design in theory, but held back by some unfortunate choices. Still, it's got enough going for it to land in B. Mega Gallade is gonna go in the D tier. Mega Gallade could have been amazing, but it feels half-finished. The missing green on the upper body makes it look off, and while the cape is cool, the blades don't improve much from the original. They missed the chance to fix the ugly hips, too. I like the idea of a cape-wearing Gallade, but the execution is underwhelming and lacking. It lacks polish. I used a Gallade in Alpha Sapphire, but barely Mega Evolved it, and that says it all. Probopass is also gonna go into D tier. I get why people hate Probopass, and I used to be one of them, but after seeing it in the Adventures manga and Generation shorts, it started to win me over. The goofy Maui, the goofy Moai plus magnet theme works better than it should. The mustache, mini noses, and absurd proportions make it memorable if nothing else. It's still not a pretty Pokemon, and the eye placement bothers me. But I've grown attached to this ridiculous chunk of nose and magnet nonsense. Dusknoir is gonna land in the A tier. Yeah, Dusknoir has a fat ghost genie vibe, and while it's more cluttered than Dusclops, I like it. The hands, segmented body, and looming silhouette work well. I don't really get the weird mouth on the back or its antenna, but the overall design is solid. The ghostly lore varies between noble psychopomp and malevolent soul snatcher, both of which are cool. It's not perfect, but Dusk Noir looks awesome and fits the ghostly vibe well. Frostlass is gonna go in the S tier. Frostlass didn't immediately strike me as a Snowrun evolution, but once I saw the Yuki Onna inspiration, it clicked. I love that its flowing kimono arms and sash aren't limbs, they're part of the head. It mirrors Glalie design in a creepy and clever way. The typing is excellent, and the haunting lore about freezing handsome men for food just seals the deal. But it's still one of my absolute favorite ghost types. Rotom. I think all the forms are S tier, so let's go ahead and do that real quick. Fan Rotom, you get S tier. I just like Rotom. I love Rotom. Like, they're all just S tier for me. Whoa. Where did you come from? Huh? Wait a minute. Where did Heat Rotom go? Wait. Cause where's Heat Rotom? Oh no. Where's Heat Rotom? Oh no. I lost Heat Rotom. Oh man. Where did Heat Rotom go? How did I grab him? Okay, hold on. I gotta find him. Where did Heat Rotom land? Oh, there you are. Oh my goodness. That was crazy. Okay, and lastly, Wash Rotom. But yeah. Let's see. So, Rotom is a mischievous, cheeky little poltergeist blob, and I love it. The appliance possession gimmick revealed in Platinum is one of my favorite form change concepts ever. Heat Rotom is okay, but Wash Rotom is hilarious. I especially love Mo Rotom. Its maniacal grin and lawnmower form are peak chaotic energy. Even Frost, Fan, and Base Rotom have their charm. I adore how each form keeps the core visual elements, and Rotom Dex in Gen 7 just adds more personality. Rotom is brilliant, funny, creative, and unforgettable. Now finally we're getting to way too many legendaries. Uxie is gonna go, actually they're all gonna go in the F. Yeah, they're all F tier. I don't like the Lake Guardians. Uxie is my favorite of the Lake Trio, mostly due to its serene, eyes closed expression and cool lore. Anyone who looks into its eyes loses their memory. That's the kind of reality bending stuff legendaries should do, but the embodiment of knowledge thing goes too far. I just feel like giving humans intelligence is a bit much. I like the idea, but I prefer it more grounded. Just in time to see where your boy Dialga's at. Hey, what's going on, Andre? Yeah, I'm gonna end the stream after Gen 4 because it has been a long stream. Surprisingly longer than I thought it was gonna be, but apparently I just have a lot to say. You're not gonna like where I put Dialga. It's 5 a.m. and you're on your way to work. Oof. Yeah, I am. Yeah, it's like 11:05 right now for me. I am as soon as I cut this off, I'm probably gonna just eat like a little snack and then call it a day or something. Hopefully have a little bit of energy left to edit some videos. Mesprit. Yeah, 6 hours, man. Yeah, I'm gonna end it after Gen 4 and then probably continue to rest. Probably continue the next 5 gens tomorrow. It's because I kept getting interrupted and stuff like that, so yeah, it got a little longer, but hopefully we can just blitz through Gen 5, and then Gen 6 is obviously going to be a cakewalk. Ooh, A plus. Ooh, that's a little too positive. That's a little too positive, man. But yeah, Mesprit. Mesprit's just there. It's pink with 4 hair horn things and represents emotion. I find its fierce eyes a bit off for its type. And overall, I just don't have much to say about it. It doesn't offend me. It doesn't offend me, but it doesn't excite me either. Azelf is going to go in the F tier as well. They're all F tier because, ugh. Azelf has a neater head than the other two, but lacks any real personality. Its willpower theme is kind of boring, and it's the most generic of the 3. Honestly, I wish they were all psychic and fairy, or psychic and water to reflect their lake origins, but instead they're just forgettable and overhyped lore containers. Here goes. Dialga, I'm putting in the D tier, but I'm putting it above +1 Minun, because +1 Minun are borderline F. So Dialga looks cluttered and overly complex for a supposed god of time. I like the long xenomorph-like head, but the rest, from the peacock tail to the steel typing, it just doesn't land for me. The design feels arbitrary, the lore feels vague, and despite all the mythos, Dialga just never clicked for me emotionally. Just a walking plot device. Dialga. The Lake Guardians should have been fairy type. They're literally pixie Pokemon. Exactly. Like, give them psychic and fairy or psychic and water. Literally anything to make them interesting instead of just, oh yeah, they're psychic. Origin form Dialga, I'm gonna put in the F tier. I appreciate the Ultra Beast-like attempt at something weird and eldritch, but this form is a mess. That's your favorite Pokemon? Oof, my bad, Andre. But yeah, the Arceus bits slapped on, the strange proportions, and the bizarre chest gem cannon thing in its throat, it's just not coherent. It looks strange for the sake of it, and while I like the color continuity and idea behind it, the execution fails. Palkia, you're gonna go in the C tier. You don't like Origin Dialga though. Unsubbed, blocked, and reported is crazy. But yeah. I used to like Dialga more than Palkia, but recently those rules have switched. I like Palkia more than Dialga, even having used one in the games, but it's still a mess. The toy-like limbs, the weird head, and the dragon and water typing don't make any sense. Its move Spatial Rend is awesome in game and in the anime, but the design just doesn't fit its grand space manipulating lore. I don't hate it, but it's just okay. Origin form Dialga, D tier. This form at least looks more coherent than Dialga's origin form, but still feels a little, still feels like a weird mismatch. The 9-tail feature and changes from biped to quadruped give it an uncanny feel, which may be intentional, which I get may be intentional. I appreciate the implication that it's a form Palkia assumes to gain power to eventually overpower Arceus, but it's still not great. Why'd they put a choker on Origin Dialga? I don't know, man. I don't know. Heatran is another F tier design for me. I don't get why Heatran is a legendary at all. Its Lava Gecko concept sounds cool, but its design is just awful. Melted spots, the bland color schemes, the weird face make it unpleasant to look at. It feels unfinished and unworthy of its legendary title. Regigigas is gonna go in the C tier. Yeah. I was excited for a final Titan to complete the original Regi trio, but Regigigas disappointed. Its cluttered design and terrible ability, its the slow start ability just make it a pain in battle. I like the mossy elements and the lore about it moving continents and creating the other Regis, but visually and mechanically it's just underwhelming. Legendary hater. The thing is, I'm only this negative for the Gen 4 and 5 legendaries. The rest of the legendaries, like generations 1 through 3 had some top tier designs, but 4 onward, maybe it's because of how many legendaries that they put for the sake of just putting legendaries and stuff like that for generations 4 and 5, but yeah, starting generation 6 onwards, I get more positive again towards the legendaries. Have I heard it's Reggie cry? I mean, it's funny, but that's not enough to warrant it to be like an A tier Pokemon. Giratina, okay, both forms are gonna go in the S tier. You can't hate Giratina. Giratina's awesome. Giratina is at least S tier. The one legendary I like. They did have too many legendaries, to be fair. Exactly. It was just it's just a slog for me. But I love Giratina. It's Ghost and Dragon typing, the Violent Banishment, and the role as the ruler of the Distortion world. I'll give it a dark, eldritch charm. The Altered form is cool, but kind of static. Origin form, though, with its serpentine body, the golden mandibles, and the tendril wings, it's haunting and memorable. Combined with its awesome lore and in-game presence, it's one of my all-time favorites. I mean, it was in my top 100 favorite Pokemon video, so. Let's see. Cresselia, I don't hate you, but you're not a favorite. C tier. Yeah, it has cool colors and feels graceful, but its weird body proportions make it feel awkward. It's a swan-like moon Pokemon that's pretty to look at, but doesn't have a strong impression. It doesn't leave a strong impression for me. I don't dislike her. She's just okay. D tier. Both of y'all, D tier. Manaphy is based on Sea Angels, but ends up as a generic looking sea fairy. And the thing is, Sea Angels are freaking cool. I don't know how they looked at this thing. I don't know how they looked at this thing and got Manaphy, but okay. Okay. But yeah, yeah, it just looks like a generic little sea fairy. The movie, I think it was like the Pokemon Ranger in the Temple of the Sea or something like that. That movie was bad. And its heart swap soul switching ability is its only standout trait. The ability to breed and produce Fione is kind of interesting, but Manaphy itself lacks a compelling design or presence. Fione is just a worse Manaphy. Missing key features, having weaker stats, and an unclear mythical status. Fione just feels unnecessary. The concept of legendaries breeding is neat, but the design and lore don't follow through on that potential. Darkrai, A tier. Only thing you think of when you hear Manaphy is Tail Glow. Pretty much. You think of Tail Glow, I think of freaking Heart Swap. And the fact that it has Fione, and that's it. Darkrai. I was lukewarm on Darkrai at first, but its movie and Dark Void animations won me over. I love how it moves through shadows and its misunderstood protector role. Its design is simple but effective. Smoky hair, ominous eye, and that red mouth? I guess it's tropey, but it works. Darkrai's dope, no one can hate. Exactly. Fione was your GTS fodder. Fair enough. It has no use. I've never seen anyone use Fione. Let me catch someone using Fione in competitive. You know what? Next VGC tournament, they gotta use Fione. I know mythicals are usually banned, but that would have been hilarious. That would have been hilarious. Let me catch Fione in frickin' what's it called? In VGC, bro. In the world championships. Okay. So Landform Shaman. It's a cute hedgehog with flower patches, and I enjoy it for its simplicity. The movie made Shaman a demanding brat, which I actually liked. It doesn't scream legendary, but it's memorable and adorable enough to rank fairly well. So I'm gonna put it into B tier. Yeah, we'll put it into B tier. Skyform Shaman. Feels like a completely different creature. A scarfed deer with Dumbo ears that can fly. Sure. It's not a bad design, just too disconnected from its landform. It doesn't do much for me beyond looking weirdly separate. I'm gonna put it into C tier. Apparently just missed your stop, gotta go. Oh lord, yeah. Alright, see you later, Andre. We're about to end off anyway, so no worries. You can always watch the VOD too to see if you're curious about where I put a certain Pokemon. You don't gotta watch the whole thing. Arceus is gonna go in the A tier. If I can find you. Oh, that is way beyond A tier. Yeah, Arceus is gonna go in the A tier. I like Arceus more than I expected. Its design is alien but graceful, and I appreciate that it doesn't just look like another dragon. The concept of a Killin inspired creator god is cool, and the lore about it only using a fraction of its power adds depth. I still think capturing a god in a Pokeball is silly, but if we're doing god tier Pokemon, Arceus is a well done one. Okay, with that, we're ending off Generation 4. And for the next stream, I will try to power through. I will try my best to power through Gens 5 through 9. Oh my goodness, I have a lot to go through. Why did I do this? This was a mistake. Look at this. I still have so much to go through. Oh my god. Straight line, 10-minute walk. You're chilling. Alright. Okay, yeah. Tomorrow, I gotta do Gens 5 through... Yeah. This is crazy. Why did I do this to myself? But yeah. that's gonna be it. Is there a way for me to like save the list too? Can I save it? You like that in Legends Arceus when caught it says you caught a hand of Arceus because of the whole 1000 hands of Arceus. Yeah, like you only caught like a fraction of it, basically. What? What? I swear to God if that didn't save my list. Oh God. I'm just gonna keep the tab open. I'm just gonna keep the tab open. Oh, okay. That was scary. Oh my goodness. Let me see. I think A tier has the most. No, B tier. B tier has the most. Yeah, I'm very positive. I'm very positive when it comes to Pokemon. Like, see, people thought I was gonna be a hater of all these Pokemon. Nah, F, the D, F, and trash tiers, I'm very lenient. Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah, that's my sign to go to bed. But yeah, I'm gonna continue this tomorrow, of course. If you guys enjoyed, be sure to leave a like, subscribe if you guys are brand new, and yeah. Yeah. Follow my social medias and stuff like that. But yeah, I love you all, and I will see you guys on the next stream. Stay chill, Army. Where the freak is my OBS? Move someone to F tier just for the giggles.